Good morning. I will look to the hearing team to please go ahead and elevate the court reporter. Good
Good
morning.
morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Then I will go ahead and get started with our introductions this morning. Good morning. It is September 22nd, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is here with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and slides. So if you're a witness, you are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen directly to advance to the next slide. And if you are cross-examining today, you are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen to bring up a particular exhibit. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties, please send us an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov or to the AHO email inbox, and the hearing team will attempt to assist you. We will take breaks today as usual. We will have a lunch break, assuming we go that long. It looks like we'll probably have a shorter day than a full day, but if it so happens, we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. Where we left off, as I recall, was we completed cross-examination of Mr. Schutz and completed Mr. Schutz's testimony, which I believe means we only have two witnesses on our calendar for today because of the various scheduling because of the schedule. So I have on my list David Fries and Ms. Desjardins for today, and then when we meet again in a week, we will pick up with the city of Stockton. With that background, I will look to the room to see if we have any, and I should say thank you to DWR. I saw your responses to my questions about model runs, so we did receive that email. Thank you. But is there anything else we should discuss procedurally before we get started? And will you please, to the hearing team, please elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I just briefly this morning, I wanted to address DWR's response on Friday. I have reviewed the response to your questions about the modeling under future climate scenarios, and protestants would like to hear DWR's thoughts about why it believes this information is appropriate rebuttal testimony, and would also appreciate the hearing officer's thoughts on this, if not today, at some point soon. It seems to the protestants from DWR's response that the parties are going to need some clear guidance on the scope of rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. I will look to see if Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, do you have a response? Do you want to respond at this time? This may be something we need to consider more thoroughly. I will say right now, I haven't been through, I'm working my way through all of the rebuttal testimony. I mean, I'm sorry, case in chief testimony. So, but I can't say I'm entirely familiar with the entirety of the case in chief record, which does have relevance to what is appropriate rebuttal testimony. But if I will look to DWR if you want to respond at this time. Otherwise, this may be something that we should return to.
Understood. Thank you.
And I will look to the team. Can we please elevate Ms. Carroll? And we should also go ahead and elevate Ms. Meserve, please. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning. Apologies. When we're in the same room, I have to make sure we don't have the echo.
Yes, understood.
We don't have a response at this time. We'd appreciate if we could wait until you've had an opportunity to review and we can have a discussion at a later date.
That seems fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Tabor, for raising it. Ms. Meserve, did you want to chime in on this?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Ocean Reserve, Contra Costa County et al. Just to the extent that I think it would be good to resolve the issue of what the proper scope of rebuttal is sooner than later. We don't have the schedule yet. We've been getting some, we got indication from the hearing officer of when you thought rebuttal may timing may be appropriate. We also had dates put out there by DWR. So obviously, although we're all taken with putting on case in chief for protestants right now, we're also supposed to be thinking about rebuttal very seriously, obviously.
Yeah.
So to the extent there's differences of opinion, proper guidance on what that proper scope is very important. So I would just suggest that we shouldn't kick the can down the road too far. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. No, and I agree with that. I guess this is the first, other than stating the obvious that appropriate rebuttal is in response to evidence raised in case in chief. I have not thought about the particular model runs in detail and whether they're responsive to, for example, Dr. Paulson's testimony or something like, I just haven't, this is the first I've thought of it. So that's an interesting question. I agree that we should, to the extent that there are disagreements, it would be more efficient for the parties to know in advance so that you don't, for example, spend time developing rebuttal testimony that then is, that I would rule to be inadmissible. I will say in terms of the schedule, I am trying very hard to get a schedule out there so that all of you have some certainty. There are, as you or all of you are probably aware because you're involved in many of the same issues, there are other moving parts in the Delta, and I am cognizant of that. So we are working on that. I will try to get out a schedule as soon as possible so that you have as much notice as possible. But let's return to this issue once I at least have more of a chance to digest DWR's response and this issue, which I had not thought of explicitly before.
And if I might, one other issue regarding schedule is I believe we can confirm regarding the site tour dates. And so looks like everyone is good with the half day in the afternoon on the 14th of October, South Delta Day on the 16th of October, and then the North Delta Day on November 10th.
Okay.
So if you would like to, get those firmed up on your schedule and the water board schedule, that would be excellent. And we will move forward with securing the bus and all those other details.
Thank you. Yes, please. And I will work on putting out, I'll call it a notice of site visit or something to that effect, but we'll lay out the ground rules, so to speak, and the dates, and we'll go from there.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I see Ms. Desjardins. If we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins.
I just respectfully wanted to request, if there is new modeling introduced, that we have 60 days to examine and rebut it, because it's very technical. If it has, and DWR may claim that it's not significantly different than the other modeling introduced, but that's something that really takes looking at closely. And to the extent that some of us are also participating in the hearing, it's difficult to do that kind of detailed technical analysis while the hearing is going on. So 60 days is really kind of to really look in detail at the new modeling and analyze it and produce a written analysis. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. I would just like to second Ms. Desjardins' request on the timing. Our parties require the help of technical consultants to understand all of this information, and they're very busy people. We don't have any internal resources. So I agree that 60 days is the minimum amount necessary for the protestants to be able to evaluate and provide any sort of considered response, even just for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Noted. If we can please elevate Mr. Cho. Good morning, Mr. Cho.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I would also like to echo the sentiments that Ms. Kelly and Ms. Desjardins raised. In addition to just needing time to analyze any new modeling that DWR might put forward on rebuttal, I think it would be safe to assume that there may be a need for rebuttal if we are dealing with this substantive information. So just for purposes of flagging this as a future scheduling concern, I wanted to raise that some protestant parties may reserve the right to have rebuttal if there is new substantive modeling being presented on the rebuttal.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Cho. And that's rebuttal is something we'll think about as we move forward. It was unnecessary with the sites proceeding, but we can see if it's necessary here, and I will continue to hear, arguments.
And that may depend on the scope of rebuttal, as you noted. So
yes,
thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Cho. With that, are there other procedural issues we should address? Otherwise, I will look to, I'm not sure who is representing San Joaquin. I believe it's San Joaquin Audubon and Mr. I don't know if it's Freeze or Fries. Please correct me. If we can please elevate Mr. Flanders. Good morning, Mr. Flanders.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, members of the board, Jason Flanders for California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance et al. And I will be assisting Dr. Freeze in his testimony today.
Thank you. And Mr. Flanders, did your prior opening statement, does that cover San Joaquin Audubon as well?
It does, Hearing Officer. The protestants, CSPA, Friends of the River et al. Have 7 witnesses in total, whom I briefly introduced in the opening statement on Friday. Each of those witnesses is presenting on behalf of the group of protestants.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we can go ahead and elevate Dr. Freeze. Good morning, Dr. Freeze. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. It should be the button at the bottom. There's an audio and a video button at the bottom of your screen. Good morning. I think you're still on mute, so hit that mute button if you would, the audio button one more time, please.
It's the little microphone with the line through it.
That's the, yes.
Said
There
it
we
did, but it wasn't there. So now I think we're in. Is that
Good
right?
morning. And am I pronouncing it correctly? Is it Freeze? Dr.
It's
Freeze?
freeze.
Wonderful.
Dave Freeze.
I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Mr. Flanders to introduce you. Dr. Freeze, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Good morning, Dr. Freeze. How are you today?
I'm doing okay, but I'm still having a little technical things here, getting things straightened out so that I feel like, okay, maybe now good.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining us. And as the hearing officer noted, the AHO team has Ms. Mullen, who is available to and will pull up exhibits and your slideshow to assist. So with that, actually, Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up exhibit CSPA 019? Excellent. And Ms. Mullen, would you mind slowly scrolling down just a couple pages? Thank you. Dr. Freeze, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
You familiar with it?
this document is my written testimony.
Excellent. And I do understand, Dr. Freeze, that you have a small number of what I would characterize as small edits to your testimony that you'd like to make through the course of
The edits are more to my slide presentation. There's a few mistakes in it that aren't in the written. They're small, and I can bring them up as I go through.
Great. So just to confirm, do you have any corrections to make to
Well, if I could
this
see
testimony?
SPA 028.
We'll get to that one in a moment. And as you go through the slideshow, I would encourage you to make any revisions needed. But for this document, CSPA 019, do you have any corrections to make?
Jason, your audio is low, and I'm having a little trouble hearing you. And maybe it's my ears, but I don't know if it's for everyone, but for me, I hear hearing officer Kinsey just fine, but you're a little mute.
Thanks for letting me know. Is that any better?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Does that sound better to you?
That's a little better. Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to confirm before we leave exhibit CSPA 019, do you have any corrections to make to that document?
In the document itself, there is only one slight correction, and it's in the citations at the very end. There's a spelling error. It should be Follett with 2 T's. And the second name also should have a G instead of a Q in it. But again, they're minor errors.
Dr. Freeze, if you could help assist Ms. Mullen to scroll to the page you're referring to.
I believe it's page 9.
Yeah, it's the last page. Right there. In citation 4, Follett with 2 T's. And Quinjack, not Quinjack, is a G instead of a Q. But that document's on file, so if one wanted to look for it, they would see the correct document.
Thank you, Dr. Freeze. And any additional revisions to exhibit CSP?
No, not to that document. I didn't find anything.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Freeze, is CSPA exhibit 027 a true and correct statement of your professional qualifications?
Yes, it is.
In the course of your preparing CSPA 019, your written testimony we're looking at now, did you rely on exhibits CSPA 020 through 026?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Could we turn now to exhibit CSPA 028? Thank you. Dr. Freeze, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is this the summary of your testimony that you prepared for
Yes, it is.
presentation today? Okay. With that, Dr. Freeze, I'd like to turn it over to you to walk us through your summary.
Thank you. And thank you, Officer Kinsey and Water Board members. My name is David Freeze, and if we would just jump to the next slide, please. I represent the San Joaquin Audubon Society as a protestant to the Delta Conveyance project. I personally have been an active bird watcher for more than 40 years. Much of my birding activity has been in the San Joaquin Delta, especially Woodbridge Road, west of I-5, Staten Island, Cosumnes River Preserve, Medford Island, McDonald Island, Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, and Canal Tract. All of these areas are within the work area of the DCP. And I have been the conservation chair for the San Joaquin Audubon Society since 2017. I was active in the water fix hearings also. Also, I've been an active sailor in the San Joaquin Delta and estuary, the whole San Francisco estuary for the last 30 years. So I have a very in-depth knowledge of the Delta and its surroundings, both from land and sea, I guess. Okay, slide. My testimony will center on the following 4 areas. The first of those is the inadequacy of evaluation and proposed mitigation for avian and terrestrial wildlife, as is stated in the DCP's EIR. The second of those points is the probability that the DCP will cause an increase in harmful algal blooms within the Delta and thereby harm bird species. The third point I'd like to bring up is the failure of the EIR to assess the probability of surface vibrations and ground movement caused by the tunnel boring machines associated with the DCP construction and the impacts thereof on avian and terrestrial species. And finally, I have some comments about the DCP's probability of harming California's public trust doctrine. Slide, please. First, I'd like to talk about the inadequacy of the EIR evaluation for the presence of species within the construction zone. The Delta plan requires that best available science data be used to evaluate the presence of avian and terrestrial species within these construction zones. The EIR has only used the CNDDB, which is the California Natural Distribution Database records, and they're from 2020 and before, and that's all that's cited in the EIR. Available are records from eBird, iNaturalist, the Audubon Christmas bird counts, which are readily available and open to public use. Slide, please. The EIR states, so as an example of this inadequacy, give the following example. The EIR states in page 13 through 10 that there are no CNDDB occurrences of osprey or Cooper's hawks in the vicinity of the project facilities under any alternative. However, looking at eBird hotspots for the area around the Twin Cities construction site, one can make a better evaluation of birds in the area, as can be seen from the following maps. Slide, please. Uh, this map, maybe you can blow it up. I don't know if it's can get a little bigger or not. Excuse me. I had to have the phone on to get the code to get on, and I didn't turn it off. This map is a map of the whole construction area for the DCP. And I'd like to really focus on the area with the red circle, which is the Twin Cities construction site where the tunnel boring machines will be put in and taken out, or put in, and all of the muck will be taken out, so forth. It's a major construction site. Notice just to the south of that, you can't see it, but just to the south of that site is the Cosumnes River Preserve. Next slide, please. It gives a bit. Next slide.
I think we had to shrink it down and then move it over. There we go.
This is a map from eBird. Then, if you Google into it's public available, anybody can do it. It's free. The site right here in the middle where I can't see exactly what it says now, but it's the site of the Twin Cities construction part. And then just south of the Twin Cities Road there in the middle is all of the Cosumnes River Preserve. And it goes clear, the land there goes clear to almost the bottom of the slide where you can see the listing for the Cosumnes River Preserve. If you look at those little yellow dots around, they're in different intensity, but it doesn't show up very well. But the ones that are more intense in color have had more what we call checklists submitted for birders going into these areas and surveying for the birds and then reporting back to the Cornell Ornithology Laboratory in Ithaca what they have seen. This eBird record is undisputably the best record for bird habitat existence that exists in the world. And it should be used for purposes like this. So if we take the hotspot there for the Cosumnes Preserve and look for the species mentioned in the EIR, next slide, please. The EIR says there's no birds, no osprey in that area. However, there have been 301 observations of osprey within the Cosumnes Preserve over different years, but you can separate this out to the last year or the last 2 years, whatever. And you can see also that that bird is seen there year round. Next slide. The ER says that the Cooper's hawk doesn't exist in any or hasn't been detected by the CNDDB in any of the sites. However, within the Cosumnes Preserve, there's been over 1,200 sightings of this bird, and it's there year round. Next slide. Looking at other protected birds, Swainson hawks. 1,617 sightings of this bird within that. And it's in the vicinity of the Twin Cities site. Next slide. A fully protected bird, the white-tailed kite, is mentioned in the EIR that it was only seen in the Bethany Reservoir area. However, in the vicinity of the Cosumnes Preserve, there's been over 1,800 sightings of this bird and recent sightings. Another slide, next. This is a kind of summary, and it's obvious that available data clearly demonstrates that species listed in the EIR as not present in the construction zone is incorrect. The example given in the above slides that I've just gone through is just for just one of the construction sites, but that holds throughout the project. If you look at hotspots near most of the other sites, you find similar or more precise results. It's my opinion that underestimation of the species present in the construction zones throughout the project results in under mitigation for those species and invalidates the whole of the DCP's EIR, at least relative to mitigation for species present. Next slide, please. Besides not describing or determining which species were present in these construction areas, the mitigation sites that they've chosen are not acceptable. Mitigation sites should be located in the areas as close as possible to the impacted habitat area. And that's not being done, and we'll go more detail on that. Secondly, the mitigation sites proposed in the ER are chosen for convenience, not effectiveness. And here, I mean, if you look at what's done in the EIR, all of the mitigation is stated to be or to occur either at Bolden Island or at the I-5 ponds. Well, these sites just happen to be owned by Metropolitan Water, Bolden Island, or the I-5 ponds are owned by DWR. This is for convenience, not for effectiveness. It's not acceptable. The third point here, mitigation sites are already, the mitigation sites that are chosen are already effective and highly used habitat, and they shouldn't be destroyed to create new habitat that may or may not be effective. And then finally, these conservation mitigation plans, the CMPs described in the EIR, all call for ratios of 1.1 or about 1.1, some a little less, some a little more. And that's just not acceptable. It's a fact that mitigation site development has some questionable ability to be developed into useful land, and we'll talk about that a little more later. Next slide. Relative to this, relative to the first point, the location of these proposed mitigation areas is not acceptable. Again, we look here at this map, and it's the map of the construction site. You can see the two small orange spots just to the right of the yellow line, the pipe, the tunnel, proposed tunnel route. Those two small dots are the I-5 ponds that are proposed. Pond 6 is at the top, and then at the bottom spot is pond 7 and 8. And then the orange circle there in the middle is the whole of Bolden Island. You can see at the bottom about 1-inch scale for 5 miles. And the whole length of the project from the top at Hood to the bottom at Bethany Reservoir is 45 miles. So you can see that roughly the Bolden Island and the I-5 ponds are in the middle. So if you're disturbing habitat for wildlife at Hood for the intake sites, and you're proposing to mitigate at Bolden Island, you have almost 20 miles. It's just not acceptable. In the same way, for if you're down at Bethany Island, Bethany Reservoir, it's roughly 20 miles from those sites. Some of the sites are a bit closer, but most of them are far away. And even if you look at just Twin City sites, which will be a major construction site, the Twin City sites is more than 10 miles from Bolden Island, so it's not acceptable. Okay, next slide. This is a map of Pond 6 as taken from the EIR. It's a very narrow pond, and it's located just adjacent to in the upper right corner of this, that piece of land is the north observation site for the Sandhill Crane Preserve on Woodbridge Road. So it's right next to it, and it's all part of the same complex, really. This site is a site that I've birded probably 50 times or more. I've done Christmas bird counts there in this territory for the last, I don't know, 30 years about, and I bird there quite often. This is already prime territory for bird habitat. Um, it has a series of trees that aren't shown very well. Those trees harbor nests for swains and hawks, for red-tailed hawks, great horned owls, and there has been nesting there for the white-tailed kite. I'm not sure it's still there or not, but it's different than the ponds 7 and 8 in that it has like a small levee on each side of it, and that levee is broken in places, and it already floods, especially in wet parts of the year, into a wetland. So the whole area towards the bottom, I have to wear hip boots to bird in there in the winter time. The land up above more, that's grass, what looks like grassland. We see short-eared owls in it. It's very productive, useful land, and it shouldn't be destroyed. And especially if we look at the next slide, I think I can demonstrate that. This is a table taken from the EEIR. And if we look towards the top there, it's hard to see. I don't know if it could be blown up, but you see it about the fourth thing down, it says grasslands. And if you look across, it says that you're going to lose 23 acres of grassland to turn this piece of land into something else that might be useful or might not. But more importantly, if you look down towards the bottom at Valley Foothill Riparian, to next to the last entry before totals, and look across, you see that you're destroying 31 acres of prime riparian habitat. It's a sin to do that. It just can't be allowed. Okay, next slide, I guess. Okay, this slide is a photo from the EIR of ponds 7 and 8, which are south of pond 6. They're about 1.5 miles apart. This is another area that I hadn't birded much until I saw that this was proposed for mitigation, and I've been in there twice since. It's also very prime habitat for birds and other wildlife. As I walked in, it's very difficult to access. There's not much of a road. It's overgrown. But near the entry in the trees that would be on the left as we're looking from the top, well, if you're walking from the top down, it'd be on the right. But in the area along the fringe, there's a nest and fledglings for red-tailed hawk. And about 2/3 of the way down, there was a nest and fledglings for swains and hawk. There's a tree kind of in the middle there where that has about 6 or 8 nests for black-crowned night herons. They're nesting there now, and maybe 20 black-crowned night herons that flew out of the area and along the edges. The whole edges of that and both of those ponds is filled in, grown up with tules, very thick tules. Those tules are nesting sites for the Modesto song sparrows, for marsh wrens, for red-winged blackbirds, and blackbirds, and I'm not talking a few. I must have encountered 20 song sparrows walking along there, and maybe 20 or 30 marsh wrens. So it's very rich land. And as walking through this grassy area, I flushed out ground nesting birds like California quail, like mourning doves, and a few other species. Okay, so that is prime land and it shouldn't be touched to make it a little bit of flooded wetlands. If we look at the bottom pond there, the one to the south, that's pond 8. At the very bottom, you can't see it very well, but it almost touches against route State Route 12 that goes from Thornton to, no, it goes to Rio Vista is where it goes to. You can't hardly get to that pond because that little red line, no, little blue line right in the middle is a ag ditch and it's deep and it's all overgrown. But I could stand on that spot and look south towards I-5. And next slide is a photo of that I took with my iPhone. You can see at the far end, if you look close, it's about over half a mile away. You can see the interstate, and you can see Route 12, and you can see trucks, big trucks, speeding along there. The EIR has proposed that there would put a culvert of some sort under Route 12 so that giant garter snakes could cross into land to the south. And to the south, there are a number of other ponds that are very, very special habitat, I should say. So maybe that would work to build this culvert for the garter snake. But avian species like the California black rail, which is fully protected, they do exist in those ponds to the south. It's the only place in the county and almost in the area that you can almost count on hearing that bird there. You don't want to encourage those birds to be trying to fly back and forth. They wouldn't be using the culvert to go through. They would be flying, and other bird species would be trying to fly back and forth between this. And any of those flights, especially for the black rail, which doesn't fly well, it only flies at night if it flies. It's a very small bird, and it's very susceptible to predators. And it just wouldn't, it's not a good idea to do such mitigation. Okay, next slide. Another point is that the ratios of impacted habitat to mitigation compensation do not meet standards for best available science. And this is best illustrated by what's already been and should be in the record if it's not. And this is a statement from the Independent Science Board review of the EIR. And it states clearly that the compensatory mitigation plan still does not reflect reality, that restoration is not an exact science. And it goes on to state then that it takes almost an unpredictable and long time to know if a planned mitigation is going to develop into usable land. An example there is for a study by Sultan Fuss at Cooper that found that it took 9 years for vernal pools to develop to usable habitat. So, and that's not discussed well or met with sincerity in the EIR. Next slide. Well, my conclusion is that each of these issues independently and together collectively called into question the efficacy of the proposed compensatory mitigation plans, and therefore the appropriateness of approving the proposed. They put into question the appropriateness of approving this petition. Next slide. The next topic that I'd like to get into is about the harmful algal blooms that are happening within the delta and within the estuary. To keep it kind of short, the incidence of HABs in the delta and estuary is increased by the three following factors, and those are increased nutrients within the waterways. And those are particularly the phosphates and nitrates, and they come from farm runoff and from water treatment plants that aren't doing a good job. The second point would be that increased temperature is very important for how often and how intense algal blooms occur. And then finally, if the water's not moving and you have increased resident times or stagnation within places, you will have an increase in algal blooms. Slide, please. The point I'd like to make here is that the probability of HABs occurring is decreased by increasing flows within the delta. The chemists and toxicologists, which I am, say that the solution is in the dilution. And that's a pretty simple statement and makes a lot of sense. That increased flows will help dilute the nutrients in the delta and decrease algal blooms. Increased flows from the mountain reservoirs will tend to make the water cooler and decrease algal blooms. Increased flows in the delta and the estuary will decrease resident times of the water in the delta and decrease algal blooms. And the DCP takes water from the Sacramento River that otherwise would be flowing out to dilute these factors and would obviously cause an increase in HABs, and it's almost unavoidable that was. In some places, it will take up that the DCP will take up to 1/3 of the water from the river at times, and less at other times. The thing of it is that bothers me is that the time when the delta needs water the most are in drought times. And that's the time also that the DCP needs water at the most. And these just don't work together. At the most critical times, the DCP will harm the delta the most. And they say they're only going to take big gulps at rainy times, but that's still decreasing the flows and will add to the probability of these HABs occurring. Slide, please. Another point that hasn't been brought out, I think, significantly, is that the HABs will disrupt the food chain within the delta. And we know that HABs are caused by cyanobacteria and algal blooms, and they produce toxins such as the mycotoxins, saxitoxins, antitoxins, domoic acid, etc. There's others. These toxins, excuse me, these toxins are passed on through the zooplankton and the crustaceans, the clams, and the mussels. Fish eat these lower trophic level species, experience toxicity, and pass the toxins up the food chains to birds and mammals that eat them. And this can lead to sickness and does lead to sickness and death of these species. Species in the food chains can be lost, and the whole food chain can break down, and it's a catastrophic outcome. Humans eat these clams and fish, etc., and we also get sick and die. And when the food chain breaks down, the whole of the ecosystem is disrupted and falls apart. It's a catastrophic response. Slide, please. The third point, these tunneling boring machines have the potential to cause ground surface vibrations that will impact avian and terrestrial species. The DCP EIR states that TBMs, tunnel boring machines, operating at a depth of 110 feet will have no effect on ground vibrations. At other places, it says the ER will produce a peak particle velocity of 0.03 inch per second sound level. And they say it's not detectable by humans, but it does validate that there is sound movement and vibrations at the surface under the conditions that they're working. The EIR does not take into account that birds and terrestrial animals are known to be more sensitive to ground vibrations than humans. So what humans don't feel, animals certainly will. The EIR does not take into account the vibration wave conduction varies with soil type. And the soil type within the Delta is mostly alluvial, but it'll vary from site to site, and that hasn't been determined yet. These geotechnical studies aren't made. The EIR states that the TEMBs will have no effect on terrestrial animals or birds, but gives no reference to validate this assumption. And next slide, please. I've done a very thorough literature search on this topic. And I find that there's no published statement that evaluates the effect of ground vibration and displacement from TMBs on animal behavior. It just doesn't exist into to my very days-long searching literature for this study. There are research publications, many of them, that TBMs operating in alluvial soils, such as in the Delta, do cause surface vibrations and ground displacement. And I've cited a couple of references that validate this. There are many publications also that validate that birds and terrestrial animals, especially amphibians and snakes and some birds, are highly sensitive to vibrations. So, next slide. I think we conclude that there are protected species that could easily be harmed by these TMVs operations, and those would be such birds as ground-dwelling birds like the California black rails, ground nesting birds like California quail, northern harriers, meadowlarks, horned larks, on and on. Amphibians such as the protected red-legged frogs, and snakes such as the California giant garter snake. All of these, or most of these species, are protected and shouldn't be bothered in their habitat or their nesting sites. Next slide. So I would conclude that the possibility for ground vibrations caused by the TBMs is not adequately evaluated in the EIR. And then the point that if behavioral effects on these animals do occur, it will be extremely difficult for TBMs to operate in an efficient, safe, and economical manner. And that would very much affect these construction possibilities. Finally, the uncertainty of ground vibrations must be considered and monitored for the project. It must be mitigated for and avoided if all possible. Next slide. Finally, I'd like to make a few comments about the EIR and public trust doctrine. It's a pretty simple doctrine. It's a very rational doctrine that most of us know about. It's that humans have the right to enjoy and recreate in public lands and waters of the state in an unharmful manner. And that birds and other wildlife have the right to live and reproduce unharmed in these public lands and waters of the state. Next slide. The DCP-ER does not consider the effects of project as it relates to the public trust doctrine. There is no section in the ER that evaluates the effects of the project on the public trust doctrine. And if you look at chapter 13 or chapter 16 on one on terrestrial biological resources, chapter 16 on recreation, even the chapter on other chapters also, there's no reference made or discussion about how the project will affect the public trust doctrine. Slide. And my last slide. It's my assertion that the DCP will violate the California Public Trust Doctrine. Noise, traffic, habitat disruption over 12 to 15 years of construction will be harmful to human recreation users in the Delta, such as bird watching, swimming, boating, sailing, fishing, kayaking, on and on. Secondly, noise and traffic and habitat disruption over 12 to 15 years of construction will be harmful to nesting, foraging, and residents of birds and wildlife in the Delta. And here about residents, I'm not talking just about birds that live there year round. I'm talking about the millions of birds that migrate to the Delta to winter and survive. We're on the Pacific Flyway. This area of the Delta is the heart of that flyway in the sense for many of these birds, it shouldn't be disrupted, or to a very minimum at least. And then finally, statement, operation of the DCP will enhance the probability of HABs in the Delta and the estuary, which could lead to an ecological disaster, which would certainly violate the public trust doctrine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Freeze. With that, I see we have Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Freeze, Ms. Morris?
I do. I wasn't sure. Heard any corrections to the slides as we went through them. Did I miss something?
Is it what?
Which edits? I thought, or maybe I misunderstood Mr. Flanders, that there were edits to the PowerPoint that you were going to highlight as you went through, or was that not correct?
The only error in that highlight was in that table, the title of the table about the Pond 6 mitigation. I inverted the numbers at the top in the title. I said there was 13 acres in that, and it should have been 31 acres.
Got it. Okay.
And then in another slide, I referred to Franklin Avenue by Twin Cities rather than Franklin Boulevard. It's a very minor mistake.
Just for the record, just so we can make sure, I think when you said the first edit, it's what I have marked as slide 16.
Should we bring it up?
That might be helpful, just so we can make sure. Ms. Moon, could you please bring up CSPA 28, and I believe it's PDF page 16 that Dr. Freeze was talking about. Is this the
it should be 31.17 acres at the top.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I should have said good morning, Dr. Freeze. My name is Stephanie Morris, and I represent the California Department of Water Resources as outside counsel on this project, and I have some questions for you this morning. How are you?
We'll see. Virtual, maybe.
So far, so good. You can hear me okay, right?
Pretty good, yes.
Okay, great. Dr. Freeze, do you have a degree in biology?
I have a degree in medicinal chemistry, which includes aspects of biology and biochem and toxicology. So I have a fairly broad educational background, and I have 37 years of teaching experience in many of those topics.
And when you say toxicology, is that in humans?
Yes, as well as animals. I have a publication for the effect of the toxin in yellow star thistle on horses. I have a publication for the identification of the plant that calls uh, flaccid trunk elephant syndrome in Zimbabwe elephants. I have also 2 or 3 NIH grants in toxicological areas. I
Okay.
have had, I don't have anymore. I'm retired.
Have you ever designed, implemented, or monitored a compensatory mitigation project for avian or terrestrial species?
No, I haven't. I have observed such projects being developed.
And are you trained in habitat restoration science, compensatory mitigation planning, or compliance with with the ESA or CISA permits?
Say that again, I'm sorry. Yeah, am I what?
Are you trained in habitat restoration science,
No, I'm not
compensatory
trained.
mitigation?
I've only read the literature that experts have produced, and I'm able to evaluate that with my background, and I'm able to cite those points that these experts have found in their studies.
And have you had any experience or training with compliance with Endangered Species Act or California Endangered Species Act permits?
No,
And I think you acknowledge in your testimony that you are relying on the literature and general principles, but you have not conducted any original biological studies to support your testimony. Is that accurate?
no,
It
I have
actually
not. It's
misstates.
all my understanding of the literature, and I've validated my statements.
Dr. Freeze, if I may, sorry, I hope you can hear me okay. Just request that we allow Ms. Morris to make sure she completely finishes each of her questions, and then just a brief moment to provide me
Okay,
to
thank
review
you.
object if necessary. Thank you.
And your testimony, you say you've authored 30 publications and or book chapters, correct?
That's correct.
And those publications are in medicinal chemistry, biochemistry, toxicology, drug design, correct?
That's correct.
But not avian sciences, is that correct?
That's correct, but I do consult with ornithologists, professional ornithologists, about what's going on in the Delta. So I have input, personal input from experts on a basis, and also then I read much of the literature about these topics.
And are any of your publications, have they appeared in ecology journals?
In an ecology journal, that's a very broad term.
Well, I'm sorry, I could ask about each publication, but I think that would take a lot of time. But are you aware of any of your publications? Maybe we'll say in a broader sense, were they published in an environmental science journal?
The one from Zimbabwe is in the veterinary records for the journal Veterinary Science in Zimbabwe. So that's close. The one with the toxic agent from yellow star thistle, no, it's more of a pharmacological study in the end of looking at what this component does to rats.
Okay. And similarly, on your presentations, which are numerous at national and international scientific meetings, those were in chemistry and pharmacological conferences, correct?
Yes, many of them. I mean, I probably have 200 or 300 presentations at national meetings.
And preliminarily, I had a question about if we could pull up Ms. Mullen CSPA 19, which is your testimony. I was having trouble tracking some of your citations because they're just to the EIR, but they're not labeled as an exhibit. So on page 4, please, at the top of the page, you cite and you cite the EIR at table 4-4 at page 1151. What were you attempting to cite to?
I have to see it to know. I can't say right now. I mean, it's,
If we could scroll, you need to see up to see what point you're citing to, up to the top of page 3, so we can split the page and see.
let me just take a minute to orientate myself to where we're
Okay.
talking about. I have the here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you're citing to. That it's just a table in the EIR. There's chapters and appendices. Do you know what you were
Can we
trying to?
look at this table?
I think that's Dr. Freeze, we're trying to figure out where the table is. Do you know?
Yeah.
We don't know where to look.
No, maybe I didn't cite it correctly, but table 4.4. No, I can't remember exactly.
Okay.
It's
Chapter.
probably a statement of that the ER verifies that this is the distance that the hawk flies. It's not nothing I made up. It's
Yeah,
a well-known fact that this is, I mean, that's what happens with the
I'm
hawk.
wondering if it's an old site from California Water Fix, because chapter 4 in the current EIR is about the framework for environmental analysis.
It could be, but
Okay.
I did, and I was involved with WaterFix, and I did write some similar language in it, and it could be that I crossed it, but I could clarify this in rebuttal if necessary.
Well, it's hard for me to rebut something that I don't know where you're citing, but if you don't know, as you sit here today, I don't think there's anything we can do about
Well,
that.
since we can't look at it, I can't say. So
Okay, you in your testimony under topic 2, you talk about harmful algal blooms, correct?
yes, I do.
Is there a reason that you did not utilize or cite to any of the peer-reviewed journal articles regarding cyanobacteria HABs in the Delta?
Repeat that, please.
Is there a reason in your testimony that you don't refer to or cite to any of the 15 plus peer-reviewed journal articles addressing cyanobacteria HABs in the Delta in your testimony?
There's not a good reason, but I didn't think it was necessary. The the right name. The Delta Protection Council puts on different seminars, web seminars on different topics, and one of the topics that they've done one on recently was toxic algal blooms in the Delta, and I did attend that, and I've reviewed some of that, and for instance, I recall from that, and the video is available for that Dr. Peggy Lehman, I think, gave the first speech, and she went through this in detail that these toxins are there, that they're caused by these points I've mentioned, that they occur under the conditions I mentioned, and that they extend into Delta throughout it, all the way to Martinez, is what I can remember. So I have knowledge of it from that webinar series, and I just didn't think it was necessary. But I did see that you have a number of Dr. Lehman's articles in record, and I could pick through it if I needed to validate these facts. But
Well, this is your testimony. So have you published any papers on HABs?
oh no, I have not.
Have you conducted any scientific studies on HABs?
Have I done what now?
Conducted any scientific studies on HABs?
No, I have not.
Have you participated in any HAB studies in the Delta?
No, I have not.
So is it fair to say you don't have any experience studying HAB formation in the Delta?
No, no. If you can say that if you read the literature and you understand it, that's studying the problem. And
You haven't published any.
somebody with my
You're not a
experience,
recognized
Ms.
expert.
Morris, hold on. I think Dr. Freeze was still finishing his response.
somebody with my experience to read and evaluate the literature can make valid statements about what's going on there. And there's nothing special about what I've said. It's just basic knowledge. But no, I have not myself done what you asked.
And did you, and your topic 4, it's one paragraph in your testimony, paragraph 20. Did you conduct any independent analysis to support paragraph 20 in your testimony?
You're talking about my written testimony?
Yes, and we can pull it up. It's the page 8, please. There we go. And yeah, that's the whole of topic 4. So in this paragraph, did you conduct any independent analysis to support your testimony in paragraph 20?
My independent analysis was looking through readily available data, eBird, so forth, and seeing that this statement that was made in the ER is not true. And yes, I made the investigation through the literature and through available knowledge. I think, well, never mind.
I want to ask you some questions. Did you review the species account that is marked as AHO 1109 in the FEIR? It's also the chapter 13B or appendix 13B.
I'd have to see it to know.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could we pull up AHO 1109? Please.
Yes, I read this whole section.
Okay. And are you aware that each species account includes a section describing the range and distribution of a species within the study area?
Yes, I do.
And in your testimony, generally, but starting on page 2, you state that DWR depends only on records from the California Natural Diversity Database, correct?
That's all I saw in the EIR, yes.
Okay. And looking at this document, which is marked, oops, sorry, if we could go back to AHO 1109. And if we could go to PDF page 477, please. And if we could, I think luckily this has lines so we can help orient. And this one is for Cooper's Hawk. And if we look at page 15, do you see where it says, however, Cooper's hawks have been documented year-round throughout the study area? Do you see that line?
Which line you're looking at?
15.
Yes, I see that, and I also saw statements that they don't exist with any of the sites.
But do you agree that based on this reading that the site here is to eBird 2021?
I see the site. I see what's written there. And that's just basic knowledge from the literature. Yes. The
But
same wording used in WaterFix.
do you see that DWR is acknowledging that Cooper hawks have been documented year-round throughout the study area, and they're citing 2 eBird?
As I see that,
And if we could also go to the same document, page 451. And if I can orient you to lines 13 and 14. Do you see that this statement also details for white-tailed kite that the information was looked at throughout the study area was eBird 2021, correct?
I see that.
And if we could also look at 469 of this document. And this is for the Northern Harrier. And if we look at line 17.
I see all these things and I know they're there. What I don't see in the EIR is an evaluation of where they are, how many they are, and how you're really going to mitigate for this in an effective manner. That's what I don't see.
But your criticism from DWR was that it didn't look at what you cited to.
There's no numbers to that.
eBird.
Yes, you say they're there, but you don't know where, you don't know how many, and you're not mitigating for them properly. You're only saying we're going to do this at Bolden Island and I-5 ponds, which isn't acceptable.
And we're going to get there, Dr. Freeze. But so would you, and I don't think you answered my question. You said, I see it, but on this page in particular, you do see that for Northern Harrier, that the DWR.
I see it, and I know this is boilerplate wording, and yes, I see it. If you want me to say I see it, I will, but I don't see it significant in terms of really determining where these birds are, how many there are, and where and how you're going to mitigate it for. That's my problem with this.
Okay, and I didn't get to finish my sentence, but you see that it is a cite to eBird, correct?
See, this is what?
A citation to eBird, correct?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. So do you see that now on line 7?
And I can't know where you're reading, but I believe it's there. It's fine.
Well, I have to make a record. So let's just be clear that if we are looking at page 16, sorry, at this page 469 of AHO 1109, lines 16 through 17, do you see that DWR
It's hard for
identifies
me to
it?
read it.
I'm
It's
sorry,
so small.
okay. We can
Dr.
make it
Freese,
small and
Just
zoom in.
1
zoom
minute.
in.
Let me try to read it, and I'll respond to you.
Okay, but maybe I'll just get the question on the rec. Finish the question is.
So we're reading starting on line where 14.
16 through 17.
Yes, I see that.
And my question is, you agree that DWR is documenting that Northern Harrier have been documented year-round throughout the Delta, and the citation is to eBird, correct?
I see that you stated that there. Yes.
And if we could go to page 586 of this document. And believe it's line, we would have to scroll up, sorry, it's the top of, we'll probably need to go up to 585. We can keep going, just to get orient. Yes. So this is talking about the range and distribution within the study area for tricolored blackbird. Do you see that on line 16?
I do see it.
And if we could now scroll back down to the bottom of this page and the top of page 586. And do you see that the source of this information about where the species roosts and forages is documented both by eBird and the tricolored blackbird portal?
Yes, I see that.
Are you aware that the evaluation of impacts on birds and other protected species were not based on occurrence data, such as the eBird data?
I'm aware that there are statements within the EIR that say you're going to do surveys to see where these birds are, if that's what you would like me.
That's not what I'm asking. Let me try it again. That the evaluation and thus the mitigation for birds in the EIR is not based on occurrence data. Are you aware of that?
What's it based on then?
We can get there, but are you aware that it is not based on occurrence data? Oh, Mr. Flanders, we can't hear you.
Say that again.
Sorry, Mr. Flanders was on mute. I think he
I
might have.
apologize. I would object that it misstates the contents of AHO 1107, which does include occurrence data and its analysis.
So,
Sorry,
go ahead,
let's
Mr. Morris. I'm gonna lay a foundation for the assertion that occurrence data is not relied on.
Well, I asked him if he was aware, but I'm happy to lay a foundation as
Great.
well. If we can go to PDF page 6 of this same document. And if we can scroll towards the bottom under 13B105, do you see this species habitat suitability methods section, Dr. Freeze?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, and if we look at the lines beginning on 24, do we need to make it a little bigger?
Where it says the models.
Yes. So are you aware that the models are used to develop mitigation for
Let me
this?
read this first and then maybe I can answer. It's still small.
Ms. Moon, can we make it a little bigger, please? And I'm specifically looking at line 24. The models are not developed based on species occurrence
Yes,
data.
just wait a minute, please.
Okay.
Yes, I see that.
So are you aware that impacts on birds and other protected species were evaluated using species habitat models based on scientific literature review, land cover mapping data, and aerial imagery interpretation?
Yes, I saw that throughout the EIR.
On page, if we can go back to your testimony, CSPA 19. And on page 3, just to orient us, lines 16 through 17. You state in your testimony that the sites for the proposed habitat mitigation are not acceptable. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Which sites or which species are you referring to in that statement?
I'm talking about most any species and any of the sites to some regard for them. They're too far away. They're already good habitat. I went through detail of what I think.
All right, would you agree that habitat for different species, terrestrial or avian, would be different potentially?
Say that again, please.
Would you agree that habitat for different species of, let's just focus on avian species, would potentially be different?
Well, that's certainly true.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand in the context of your statement here, which species are you talking about?
I would say for most any species that I'm talking about, those sites are already good, productive sites. And I don't know why you would want to mess them up for the birds and animals that live there to mitigate some hypothetical mitigation that might occur that might be good for something else. That's my problem.
Okay, and when you, so then let's be clear, when you say moreover, the sites for proposed habitat mitigation, what sites are you specifically referring to?
I read through this thing, I think 39 times for 39 species. It said we're going to mitigate Bolden Island and I-5 ponds. Those are the sites I'm talking about.
Okay, so in that context, I can know that on, it's kind of in between, like, let's call it 16 and a half, paragraph 7. The sites you were specifically referring to are I-5 ponds and Bolden Island, correct?
Yes,
And for species, in the context of this statement, it's all avian and terrestrial species.
yes.
Looking at your testimony on line 18 to 19, you say the so-called I-5 ponds. Why do you call them so-called
Well,
by
my
so-called?
problem was in your EIR, you kept saying I-5 ponds, I-5 ponds, I-5 ponds. I think 122 times in chapter 13. Somewhere in chapter 3, I found which I-5 ponds you were talking about. It was difficult to do. So I'm talking about those ponds 6, 7, and 8 that you've identified. Finally, I found it, but it wasn't easy.
And you agree those are good habitat?
I think they're excellent habitat.
And looking at paragraph 7, when you talk about line 17 through 19, the EIR relies almost exclusively on Bolden Island and the so-called I-5 ponds as compensatory mitigation for impacts to avian species. Which avian species are you referring to in that statement?
I think if you look at your EIR and look for any of them, swans and hawks, sandhill cranes, every one says you're going to mitigate and I'll take it back just a second. Almost everyone says you're going to mitigate at Bolden Island or the I-5 ponds, except for a few places. Notice when you talked about the Black Rail, you mentioned that maybe somewhere up in Yuba Causeway area, you would try to mitigate for that bird. And again, that's far away and it's not habitat that birds that you're displacing would ever reach. It just seemed like, you know, it's not just my evaluation. If you read what these panel of independent scientists said when they read through your mitigation proposals, they brought out in their draft, their review of the draft, and in the final that the mitigation that you propose is not well described and is not likely to be effective. It's not described well. I think the problem lies within the EIR and how it was written or how it was thought. There's so many uncertainties about what's stated within it, incomplete arguments for what you want to do, that it's almost impossible to think how they would work. That's my evaluation.
That's your evaluation, you said, based on reading other peer review and other articles, correct?
That's true, and it's also my many years of operating within this delta and understanding exactly what's there and what the habitat is.
So I want to go back to my question, which was on that paragraph 7 for compensatory mitigation. Which avian species were you referring to? And I heard sandhill crane and Swainson's hawk. Is
Well,
that
would you like to go to the EAR and look for what you propose for all of these different species and see what you stated as where you're going to mitigate? And I'm saying I could say sandhill crane, white-tailed kite, uh, oh, on and on.
Dr. Freeze, I
Yellow,
appreciate the EIR has a lot
yellow-billed
of
cuckoos. No, do you want me to finish? I can name 10, 15 of them, but it won't get us anywhere.
well, part of my job is to understand your testimony and how you come up with the basis for your testimony. And so if you want to tell me that that sentence refers to all avian species, that's fine. I'm asking for specificity.
Well, I would say I wouldn't say all, but I said already that almost all of the species that they mitigate for is going to be done at the I-5 ponds or Bolden Island.
Is Dr. Freeze breaking up?
Yes, I was going to say, were you able to hear that, Ms. Morris? I can ask Dr. Freeze. I'm sorry to ask it, but do you mind repeating your response? It's just that the connection broke up a little bit. We couldn't hear you.
That last response, I
Yes.
said, as I read through the EIR for all of these species, almost every one stated that the mitigation was going to be done at the I-5 ponds or Bolden Island. And again, if I recall, I counted them up and there was 39 of them. So, that didn't make sense to me as how you're going to get all of these animals. It's going to be like Noah's Ark or something, at one site.
Okay, so let me ask this question as we move into page 4 of your testimony, and then on to the top of page 5. You reference as the basis of the statement that I-5 ponds and Bolden Island are the habitat for compensatory mitigation. So just to orient you there, my question for you is, did you read Miss Gardner's testimony in this matter?
Say that again, please.
Did you read Miss Rachel Gardner's testimony?
Yes, I read it and I listened to it.
And you listened to it. Okay. And if you cite to appendix figures, I think in appendix 3F, which is marked as AHO 1012, if we could pull that up.
And just to put on your radar, Ms. Morris, I think we're due for a break fairly soon, but whenever is a good time. I realize you may still be on the same line here.
I am, but I have several questions. So if it would be a good time to break, I'm okay. I can pause.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will return at 10:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent, thank you. And I will look to make sure we have Mr. Flanders and of
Hearing
course,
Officer Kinsey,
Dr. Freeze.
we can't
Yes.
hear you.
You can't hear me.
I can. I'm able to hear
The
her.
court reporter could hear me. You can't hear me. I'm sorry to say.
We
There
can
we
now.
go. You can hear me now. Good. Excellent. And we have Dr. Freeze. So with that, I will hand things back over to you, Ms. Morris. And it appears you're now on mute, as long as you know. Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, before we took a break, I was asking if we could please pull up AHO 1012. And I wanted to ask you some questions about this document and your statements regarding the mitigation sites, Bolden and the I-5 ponds. So did you review Appendix 3F, the compensatory mitigation plan for special status species and aquatic resources, Dr. Freeze?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if we could please go to PDF page 18 of this document. And then if we I wanted to look at down where it says initial mitigation sites, so about midway down. Great. Do you see on lines 18 through 19 that this is just the initial compensatory mitigation to partially offset? Do you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
So you're aware that this is not all the mitigation, it's just the initial mitigation projects.
It's not clear to me. I see that, but it's not clear to me what other mitigation might be done.
And if you look at the line, the last word on page line 24, do you see that it says for other special status species, and it lists several initial mitigation sites will partially offset, but they have to be combined with other mitigation? Do you see that?
I see that, but I find it vague in its real intention. How am I to know, or how is any layperson to know when and where you're going to do this and why? Well, I guess it's a question I have about EIRs. Can you get something approved in an EIR or a project without really stating specifically what you're going to do, rather than some intention? Well, and yeah, so I didn't put much warrant into that statement, but yes, I read it.
But you agree the maps that you were showing and the two sites that you refer to in your testimony are just the initial mitigation sites, correct?
I can only comment on what I read and I saw. I saw that all your mitigation was going to be at those two sites. And yes, you may in the future have to do something else, but that's undetermined.
Would you agree that there are specifications for the type of habitat?
Would I agree what now?
That there are specifications for the types of habitat that have to be mitigated for?
Certainly I do, yes.
And are you aware that the EIR and the testimony of Miss Gardner outlines some of those?
Well, she talks almost exclusively about sandhill cranes and sandhill crane habitat. Yes, I listened to her.
And are you aware that there is no mitigation for sandhill crane at the I-5 ponds?
I know that that's true. It was, I don't know where it was, maybe a little bit on Bolden Island, but Bolden Island already has cranes foraging there. So maybe you can cram some more in. I don't know.
You cite in your testimony on page 4 at the top of your testimony, CSPA 19. And you cite to CDFW established 10-mile standard for protection surrounding Swainson's Hawk's Nest, correct?
Where are you reading now exactly?
I'm looking at your
Okay, right at the
testimony
top, huh?
on page, yes, line 3 to 4.
Yes, I see that.
Again, you cite it here to refer back to, I assume, the EIR at table 4-4, but we don't know what that site is, correct?
No, we don't know exactly. It could be any nesting site that's,
Oh, I meant your citation. Sorry. It's so you cite CDFW establishing a 10-mile standard for protection surrounding.
wait a minute, back up again. Just do a little slower for me, please.
Yes, I will go slower. So what I'm trying to understand is not a site of a particular nest. I'm talking about on lines 3 to 4, you have a citation, and it's unclear what that citation is, correct? Based on our earlier conversation about the citation on line 2.
Yeah, I don't know. We can, so if you wanted to say a nest, if you wanted me to give an example of a nest site, I can do that.
No.
And well, for one, I do regular twice a year surveys on a portion of the Stone River National Wildlife Reserve. It's the area known as Herzog Tract, which
Right.
is along Snodgrass Slough, and it's pretty close to where the intakes will be. And we have cited more than one Swainson hawk nesting site along that 3-mile stretch.
Right. And I'm not asking about site, SITE, like you just described. I'm asking about the citation with the C, citation, for CDFW has established a 10-mile standard for protection surrounding Swainson's hawk nest. Do you see that?
Yes, that's language that's used, I think, even in your own EIR, but certainly it was discussed and used in the water fix hearings. So I'm confused with it, and perhaps I put a wrong citation in. But again, I can find that citation. I'm sure it's a true statement, and I can correct that in rebuttal or before that if necessary, if you'd like.
And have you read the document to support that statement?
Yes.
And are you aware that that document, which I believe is from the 1994 guidance, is for when mitigation for Swainson hawk should occur, but has nothing to do with the location of mitigation?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your testimony in terms of location of Swainson's hawk mitigation is based on this statement in your testimony and the citation to CDFW?
My observations of where Swainson hawks are and my reading of, I have a book on these protected species, and it's put out by the ornithologist and DWR, and they're supposed to update it every 5 years. They don't always get that done, but the data is readily available of where these birds fly and what they need for survival.
Okay.
And you know, if that's not clear, then that's my fault, but I can correct that. I'm sure it's a true statement.
Okay. And in your assessment of the adequacy of Swainson's hawk mitigation, did you review the design commitments and guidelines for Swainson's hawk nesting and foraging habitat contained in AHO 1013? which is also appendix. I want to make sure I get this right. It's appendix 3F.
I'd have to see it, but I probably read it because I read through as much of it as possible. It's a very long document, as we all know.
Ms. Moon, could you please pull up AHO 1013? Does this refresh your recollection if you have reviewed this document?
Yeah, I read through this section.
Okay. And are you aware that Swainson's hawk nesting habitat will be restored and protected at a location agreed upon in writing by CDFW at the time that the mitigation is implemented?
Yes, I read that, but I have difficulty with it in the sense that if you take a tree down that a Swainson hawk is nesting in, then, and you plant a new tree, how long does it take that new tree to get big enough that maybe this bird is going to nest there? And what does a bird do in the meantime while it's waiting the 20 years for this tree to get that big? So the difficulty of meeting these compensatory parameters is it needs to be clarified and clearly written in at how you're going to do this. You say you're going to do it, but it's never clear how or how long it's going to take or how you're going to time this mitigation relative to when you disturb the habitat and you start your construction and when that habitat is going to be suitable to replace that damaged habitat. And if it's 10 or 20 years, it doesn't work.
If we could go to page 8 of this document, please. And we'll scroll through this, but do you see that this CMP 19A is specifically specifying the measures and the habitat design criteria for Swainson's hawk nesting habitat?
Yes, I do see that.
And if we can maybe just look towards the bottom of this page under nest site replacement. Are you aware that the establishment replacement nest sites will be as close to as possible as the impacted nest site, unless the location would have a low long-term conservation value due to threats such as ongoing disturbance, seasonal flooding, or sea level rise?
Yes, I see that.
Well, I don't see it. Can you point me in the right place?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's if we look at the paragraph beginning to determine the number.
Yes.
I still have the same problem with it. I mean, I can see it, but I have
Dr.
the
Freeze,
same
if you can just
problem.
hold for a moment, I'm trying to
I'm sorry.
orient myself to
We have to
Morris's
scroll.
question.
I think we have to it's scroll farther down right there, and it talks about that second the third bullet, and it goes on to the next page. Establish replacement nest sites as close as possible, and then we got to scroll down
Scroll down.
right there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Morris. And then I don't recall now if you have a pending question. I apologize.
I think Dr. Freeze answered it, and
Okay.
and then we've oriented. So thank you. And then I also wanted to ask you, no, I think that's it on that. And we talked a little bit about compensatory mitigation for sandhill crane habitat. And correct, you recall that?
Say that again. I did.
Compensatory mitigation for sandhill crane habitat?
Yes, yes.
And when you were talking about the sandhill crane habitat compensation, were you referring in your testimony to roosting or foraging habitat?
Did I say the very last part again?
In your testimony, when you were talking about compensatory mitigation for sandhill crane habitat, were you referring to roosting or foraging habitat?
I'm actually referring to both.
Okay. And on page 5 of your testimony, sorry to skip back to CSPA 19, page 5, and looking at lines, I think, starting at the end of 3 into 4, you say there's no mitigation proposed for the loss of riparian and grassland habitat, which is already very functional. Do you see that?
Which lines now?
Lines, sorry, now I lost my 3 to 4. It starts on 3, ends on 4.
The maps and figures show, is that what we're
No,
talking about?
it says, and there is no mitigation. Do you see that at the end of line 3? Proposed for the
That's
last.
what I'm saying. Yes, I don't see how you can say I'm going to mitigate at site A, say, and when you do that mitigation, you destroy 31 acres of prime riparian land. Where are you going to make up for that? I mean, you're taking this land and you're trying to mitigate for wetlands, but you're destroying 31 acres of riparian habitat. Where are you going to make up for that? And how long is it going to take is my problem.
And I assume when you say that, you're referring to the I-5 ponds.
No, I'm talking as Pond 6 particularly. Yes, I think that's clear from the maps.
And if we could go to AHO 1013, which I think we were just looking at, that lists the CMPs. Yeah, and if we could go to page 2 of this document. And if we could scroll down so we could see all of CMP 0. And do you see, Dr. Freeze, here, what you already said you reviewed this document when we talked about it a minute ago, correct?
I've read through all of this at least once, but I don't know exactly where you're telling me to look now.
We're looking at CMP 0. Do you agree that that looking and I'm just trying to direct you, it says the second sentence, it will also include a framework to ensure that any substantial habitat loss or conversion associated with a compensatory mitigation site development or offset so that there would be no net loss in habitat value for special status species. Do you see that?
I see this, but I don't see you telling me in your EIR where and how that's going to be done. I mean, you say you destroyed these 31 acres of prime habitat, but there's no real discussion of how and where you might be possibly doing this. I don't know where you would find 31 acres of what's not already prime riparian habitat to compensate for. And again, if you tried to plant it, to build it, it's going to take years.
So I want to talk about that a little bit, but before we jump to that, I want to go back to your testimony, CSPA 19, and looking at your paragraph 13. You cite on line 17 the ROB 2002. Can you describe what types of habitat mitigation occur in that paper?
He talks about all kinds, 4 or 5 kinds. Grasslands decision. I could pull it up and it's clear right in the abstract what he's talking about.
Would you agree that it's mostly related to wetland restoration?
Wait a minute, I'm looking for it just for a second, just so maybe I can orient myself. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see it, and I see your first question of which types of habitat. Do you want to go through that, or we just want to accept that there's a number of kinds of habitat they're looking at, wetlands, grasslands, so forth.
So your
Which one?
testimony is it's wetlands and grasslands?
He's looking at, well, again, I think it's useless to read that. We can pull it up at CSPA 020.
You cited it, if you say wetlands and grasslands, that's it. I'm just trying to understand. My understanding is it is largely relating to wetland restoration.
No, it's not.
Okay. And I wanted to look at back at your testimony here. You cite in this block quote regarding the vernal pool approach. And are you aware that DWR plans to is not constructing vernal pool restoration?
I just put that in as an example in general that the compensation plan still does not reflect the reality that restoration is not an exact science, just like it says.
Okay, but
And yes,
are you aware that
it
it's
doesn't
citing
necessarily reply, I'm not saying that you're building vernal pools. I'm saying that if you're building any kind of habitat, it can take longer than you expect, or it may never develop to what you intend it to be.
And you are aware that any mitigation for vernal pools is going to be purchased through credits at approved mitigation banks or non-bank sites approved or non-bank sites approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, correct? Or are you not aware of the vernal pool mitigation?
I probably read through it, but I don't know exactly how it's going to be done. And it won't change the statement, the truth of the statement, that it's difficult to do. It's going to take years to come to fruition if it does.
And if we could turn to page 7, I want to talk through quickly topic 3 about tunnel boring machine vibrations. Do you have any education or special training in the measurement of ground vibrations?
Only about through the 1,000 articles I tried to read through. That was my education.
But you cited 2 articles, not 1,000 articles, correct?
I could thought, but what's good? The point I was only making is that when you're boring, even at 110 feet, there is some vibration that comes to the surface. And it's over and over. And if it's in rock, it's much more difficult. If it can cause vibrations that cause damage to foundations of houses and buildings and so forth. It can be heard in buildings and people complain, so forth. But in alluvial soils like we have, in a remote area, what we're only thinking about, from my point that I'm trying to make here, is that there will be vibrations at the surface, and it's documented in the literature, and it's stated that that's true 2 or 3 times at least in your EIR.
Okay, so just to be clear, I did read your testimony and I want to understand it, but my question was, do you have any education or special training in the measurement of vibration?
No,
Do you have any education or special training in vibrations coming from tunnel boring machines?
the only education I have is what I read in the literature. And I think that I am quite capable of reading and evaluating this literature as an expert and citing that this is a fact. And I don't know what it has to do with me personally being able to say that that's true.
And do you have an engineering degree?
Well, you know, I don't. No, I don't.
And do you know the depth of the tunnel depth at specific locations that you are concerned about?
I'm concerned about all locations. And I know that in your EIR, you state the tunnel depth will be somewhere between 100 and 150 feet, depending on where you look and what statement, but somewhere in that range. So say 100 feet below.
And the studies that you cite on page 8 in this section, and actually, yeah, are Follett, which we corrected with 2 T's, and the Rayleigh, I don't know if I'm saying that right, papers, correct?
Which ones are we talking about? Relu?
Looking at
Follett?
your,
Those two, yes.
and you said you read these papers, correct?
I've read them more than once.
And are you aware that the Follett paper has to do with subsidence from dewatering?
I do, but it's hard to find any paper that actually measures the intensity of the vibration at a distance from where the construction's going, and particularly the Follett paper I put in, because really they're building shafts and they're doing they're putting pilings in, driving pilings, and they measured in alluvial soil like we have in the Delta, the distances from the site where they're doing the work, they're driving the pilings, and where these vibrations are detectable. And they show clearly that at a distance of up to 50 or 60 meters, which is more than depth you're going to have in distance, that vibrations are detectable. They aren't great, but they're there.
So, Dr. Freeze, are you aware that the tunnel alignment is much longer than very specific locations where
That's what I
shafts
included the
would be
Relu paper, which is
constructed?
more like it, the second one,
Okay, and are
which
you
is
aware?
more like the conditions. And again, it's extremely difficult to find any article that measures vibrations in alluvial soils. They just don't exist. And if they did, I think you should have put them in your EIR to validate the fact that this is not going to happen.
And are you aware that the Rayleigh paper that you just referred to has to do with tunnel boring machine in urban areas at shallow depths?
Yes, because there's no article that describes it in remote areas like this. I don't think there's ever been a project done or proposed like the DCP.
Okay, well, thank you so much for answering my questions. I appreciate your time, and I do not have any further questions at this time.
Thank you for freeing me.
I
Not
don't
quite
think I
yet.
quite yet.
Almost.
Not yet.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will turn to Mr. Krieger. Do you have questions for Dr. Freeze? And I believe we need to elevate Mr. Krieger. Yes, please. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I do not have questions for this witness.
Thank you. And I will look to the room. Is there anyone else who has questions for Dr. Freeze? I don't have questions on behalf of the hearing team, so I will look to you, Mr. Flanders. Do you have any redirect based on that cross-examination?
I do.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please present Exhibit AHO 1107? Mr. Fries, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Ms. Mullen, if you could please take us to page 27 of the PDF. And specifically, let's see. If we could scroll down to section 13.1.3.3 and just show that. Thank you. Dr. Fries, if you'd like to take a moment to familiarize yourself with the first few sentences of this section. And in particular, if I could direct your attention to the second sentence, which states the species listed in this table were generated from queries of the CNDDB and the USFWS database.
Yes, I see that.
Based on the limits of the study area. Do you see any reference in this
Do I see what?
graph to occurrence data?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you well, Jason.
I'm sorry, I'll speak up a little bit. Is that better?
Say that again, please.
Dr. Fries, do you see any references? Are you aware of any references in this section to occurrence data from the eBird, iNaturalist, Audubon Christmas Count, or other than the
As I look at it
CNDDB?
here, I see nothing to that effect.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we advance to page 307? And scroll down to the header so we could review the section Impact Bio 36. Do you see that section header, Dr. Fries?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so staying within that section, if we could go down to page 310 now, please.
Say that again. Okay. Scroll.
Ms. Mullen will take us to page
Yes,
310. And do you see there, Dr. Fries, the paragraph in the middle stating there are no
Yes, I do.
CNDB occurrences of osprey or Cooper's hawk, again citing to CDFW?
Yes, that's the paragraph I quoted in my statement.
Do you see any references to eBird, iNaturalist, Audubon data, or any other source of data?
No, there's no reference to anything else.
And is this why you were
CNDDB?
Is this why you were concerned that the EIR may not accurately or otherwise misleadingly represent the occurrence of the species in your testimony?
Yes, that's true.
Ms. Mullen, can we please advance to page 331? And down to the bottom of the page, please. Again, the last sentence, could you please review that sentence, Dr. Fries?
Yes.
You can see where the EIR refers to known occurrences of harrier nesting, including 2 occurrences in the vicinity of the Southern Complex and 2 occurrences in the vicinity of the Bethany Complex, again, citing simply to CDWR as well as previously CDFW in that paragraph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you concerned that by referring only to occurrences from the CDFW and CDWR data in the EIR, that the EIR may not present an accurate picture of is this harrier nesting habitat?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions for Dr. Fries.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders. With that, I will turn back to Ms. Morris. Do you have any follow-up?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, you are free, Dr. Fries. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you
and
so
your
much.
attention and answers to all of our questions. I very much appreciate that, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I believe we can turn to our last witness for the day, Ms. Desjardins. And Mr. Flanders, are you introducing Ms. Desjardins in this capacity as well?
I am not.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. If the hearing team will please elevate Harrison Beck. Welcome, Mr. Beck. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes. Would you like to introduce yourself, make an appearance?
My name is Harrison Beck. I'm an attorney for the Center for Biological Diversity, and I'm appearing today on behalf of the Sierra Club et al. Group of protestants. Once Deirdre's up, I'll do a little brief statement, and then we can get started with her direct exam.
Yes. Would you like, why don't I go ahead and swear in Ms. Desjardins, and then we can smoothly proceed that way. Welcome back, Ms. Desjardins. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Mr. Beck, are you going to start with an opening statement? Is that your intent?
Yeah, I will. A very brief one, but yes.
Great. Thank you. Please proceed.
So again, I'm appearing today on behalf of the Sierra Club et al. Group of protestants. I'll be helping Deirdre Desjardins with her direct exam today. Our group of protestants believe that the testimony you have heard and are about to hear from Deirdre will demonstrate that granting the instant petitions for the DCP will have devastating and irreversible environmental consequences on the Bay Delta, and that they're not in the public interest. Specifically, I'll be helping out with her direct exam, and we plan to limit that to two related but different topics. First, we'll be discussing recent findings from cutting-edge climate science research and the implications of that on the DCP. And then second, we'll be turning to the implications of the history of the management of the State Water Project on the DCP. The evidence presented today will make several points clear. The first is that the climate conditions we can expect in the future will not match the climate conditions California has experienced for the last 100+ years. Climate change has pushed us into a new and different climate regime, and the leading climate science research should suggest that this shift is permanent. The second point we hope to make clear today is that the evidence is that the modeling DWR used to project hydrologic conditions into the future fails to predict observed trends in the Pacific Ocean and the climatic conditions facing California, and that the modeling is therefore inadequate, and that DWR has failed to take this uncertainty into account. And then third, the evidence today will show that the state has managed the SWP in such a way as to overpromise on water contracts and deliveries, despite its awareness that there was not and is not enough upstream water to meet the downstream water deliveries promised, and that as a result, as a result of this overpromising on water contracts, the state has managed upstream supplies, and specifically the Oroville Dam, in dangerous and detrimental ways. And with that, I'd like to get started with Deirdre. So to get started is, Deirdre, is SC1 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
And you will need to
You're
come off
muted.
mute, Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you. SC1 errata is the corrected copy of my testimony as yesterday.
I apologize, I meant to say errata. Do you have any, as we understand, because there's an errata, you have some revisions to your testimony you want to describe?
There were
briefly?
very minor revisions to my testimony. SC21 was the exhibit number for the joint comments with CSPA. There were also some changes to SC3.
Thank you. And is SC7 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, that's my statement of qualifications from the water fix hearing.
And recognizing that there's gaps in the sequencing of exhibits here, are SC8 through SC111 true and correct copies of the documents and studies referenced in your written testimony?
Yes, they are.
If you could, please provide a bit of background regarding who you are and your qualifications today.
So I am the principal at California Water Research, and I have academic and research background in nonlinear dynamics, chaos theory, and complex systems theory. I did a year of research at the Center for Nonlinear Studies at Los Alamos National Lab when Don Farmer was there. He's a pioneer in chaos, application of chaos theory to time series. Then I got a 6-year fellowship and did research at the Santa Fe Institute, which was pioneering the field of complex systems theory. The Santa Fe Institute was co-founded by the Nobel Prize winner Murray Gell-Mann, who got the Nobel Prize for the theory of quarks. I worked with Jim Crutchfield doing research on measures of complexity in dynamical systems. So I have a really deep background in, in nonlinear dynamics and complex systems theory. And then I got involved in California water in 2009 and 2010. I started working closely with environmental fishing and delta groups, and I've worked with them on climate change impacts on delta hydrology and Sierra Nevada hydrology, on State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations. I've looked at calcium modeling. I've looked at climate modeling for quite a number of projects, including this one. I've also looked into the history of the projects and sort of how they came to how we got into this situation.
Thank you. And is SC3 a true and correct copy of a summary of your testimony that you'll be using today as a visual guide to help testimony?
Yeah, I did want to add, I just before I do that, that I also have a track record in prediction. So in 2012, I submitted a report that were comments on the mega drought that we'd seen in Australia and the once in a 1,000-year drought in New Mexico. And I predicted that we could see an unprecedentedly severe drought in California. And that turned out to be the beginning of the driest 4-year period in the historical record. Assemblymember Adam Gray referenced my comments to the Water Board on fatal errors in DWR's runoff forecasts when they called for an audit of DWR's runoff forecasts and subseasonal water management. And yes, SC3 is a true and correct copy of SC3 errata is a true and correct copy of my report on atmospheric river research.
Wonderful. If we could pull up SC3 then and get started. Wait for it to be up. Thank you. Deirdre, is it fair to say that one of the main focuses of your written testimony is on cutting edge climate science research and the implications of that on the Delta?
Yes.
To begin with, can you please summarize how you prepared for this testimony, at least as it relates to recent trends in climate science research?
So this report, I pulled out some key figures from what I felt were some of the most important recent research papers, but it's also in the context of a 2-year literature review I did of research on shifts in the Pacific Ocean atmosphere system, which affects landfalling atmospheric rivers in California. And so I was really looking at the accelerating impacts of climate change in California and the southwestern North America. And I really started looking at what was happening, what we knew, and there it started to be a period when a lot of really important new research came out that really changes our understanding that these are not just what they call internal variability in the climate system, but there's a very significant component of anthropogenic forcing. And I discussed climate dynamics and also the acceleration of warming that we've seen with Michael Mann, Daniel Swain, authors of the IPCC AR6 Working Group 1 report, and participants in the World Meteorological Organization's Climate and Ocean Variability, Predictability, and Change program. And I also participated in the monthly Equilibrium Climate Sensitivity and Cloud Feedback Symposium, which has presentations on research and climate model experiments by leading climate dynamics researchers.
Thank you. And just for the court reporter, IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Deirdre, at its most basic, please summarize the findings from your recent climate studies and reports that are most relevant to the instant change petitions.
So since the water fix proceeding, we realized that which occurred shortly after the end of the 2012 to 2015 drought, we realized that the Southwest region of North America, including California, is in the driest period in the last 1,200 years. This was published in a paper by Benjamin Cook, a premier, a world preeminent researcher on Southwest drought. And in 2025, they published a new analysis that showed the period from 1978 to 1999 was the wettest period in the last 1,200 years. So this really changes our understanding of climate shifts in the last 40 years or so. There's also been new research funded by NOAA, which showed a poleward shift in landfalling atmospheric rivers. And this new research indicates that the precipitation deficits that caused the 21st century megadrought are likely to continue. There were also large ensemble runs of climate models that show that the current generation of climate models, including the CMIT-5 and CMIT-6 models used by DWR, are not capturing observed shifts in the Pacific Ocean atmosphere system.
Thank you so much. If we could scroll to figure 5 in SC3. Thank you. If you could, please explain what this shows and why it's important and relevant to this proceeding.
So I was looking for a figure that really shows the shifts that we've seen. And this is from Benjamin Cook's paper. So 1978 to 99, we now know is the wettest period in the last 1,200 years in southwestern North America. And if we zoom in on this a little bit, you can see there's a little box outlined in dashed areas, and that's the region they're calling Southwest North America, and they're looking at. So if we can scroll up to the top of the thing, so the September SON stands for September, October, November, and we can see just how wet that period was in 1978 to 99, and now it's significantly drier. December, January, and February was really wet in Southern California. and some a little less on Northern California. But overall, there's been slight drying and a reduction in precipitation. MAM stands for March, April, and May, and you can see how very wet spring season was from 78 to 99, and you can see the drying in 2022. And if you scroll down a little further to JJA stands for June and July and August, and this shows, you know, summers are just much drier. And so we have drier spring, drier summer, drier fall, and a slightly drier December, January, and February. And overall, this is, you know, a really significant shift. And this was found through and then they looked at tree ring records and found that 78-99 was the wettest period in the last 1,200 years. 2000 to 2022 was the driest period, considering the Pullman drought severity index.
Thank you. And if we could scroll back up to figure 1, which is on the top of page 1 of SC3. And then Deidre, once we get there, if you could explain to us what an atmospheric river is and how it contributes to California precipitation.
So this is a satellite image of this is actually a projection of precipitable water from January 4th, 2023. And this shows how atmospheric rivers transport water across the Pacific Ocean. So there's this narrow filament you can see of water vapor that curls up along the west coast of North America. These filamentous corridors of water vapor can be up to 2,000 kilometers long, and they transport water. They can transport moisture from the subtropics or from the Western Pacific. And they provide 20 to 50% of the precipitation and stream flow in the Western US, and they also provide most of the climate variability. Whether how many atmospheric rivers hit really determines whether we have a drought or not.
And based on your review of the recent scientific literature, how have landfalling atmospheric rivers changed as a result of climate change?
There's been a shift in atmospheric rivers. We've seen a decline in landfalling atmospheric rivers in California, and what we've seen is that there's 2 new federally funded studies that show that landfalling atmospheric rivers in North America, Western North America, have shifted poleward. And they estimate this shift could be 10 degrees in latitude. Comparison, the entire state of California is only 9.5 degrees latitude. So this trend shifts many atmospheric rivers towards Washington and Oregon and away from California.
If we could scroll to page 2 and go to figure 2, and you can explain how that visualizes the shift in atmospheric rivers for us.
So this image is a little busy, and I apologize for it being complex, but it's also one of the best visual summaries of the research. And if we can zoom in a little on figures B and C, you can see that these are maps, so of the globe, and you can see the outline of North America. It's centered on North America and South America, and so you can see the map of North America, and figure B says AR frequency trend, OBS, that's the observed atmospheric river frequency trend. Blue is a declining trend, and red is an increasing trend. And you can see the declining trend to the south and the increasing trend to the north. And then if you go down to figure C, that's the atmospheric frequency trend in the community Earth system model large ensemble. And there's 100 models in that ensemble. And the models just don't capture it. They don't show the declining trend that we saw. And then if we look over at figure A to the left, this is the zonal mean of landfalling atmospheric rivers. And zonal mean, you take the average over an entire latitude band. And so ERA 5 is blue. That's the observed gridded data. And that shows, you can see this big notch there where there's significantly fewer landfalling atmospheric rivers. So that's the trend, is a decline. And then red is the models. And you can see the models just don't show this notch. So that's a major trend that models just are failing to capture. So they aren't just failing to capture the trend in atmospheric river, they're failing to capture major components of how the Pacific Ocean is changing. So let's go look at F and G, if you can move to the right a little. Thank you. So F shows the observed trend in sea surface temperatures. And we see that there's a lot more warming in the Western Pacific and less warming in the Eastern Pacific. And this is part of La Nina-like trends that I'll talk about later. But if you go down to G and you look at the sea surface temperature trends in the community Earth system large ensemble, it completely fails to capture those trends. So this is showing that this state-of-the-art climate model is completely failing to capture the observed sea surface temperature trends and the La Nina-like pattern that we've seen, particularly in the 21st century. Looking at the center, you can see Z200 is the geopotential height at 200 hectopascals. That's the upper atmosphere. And you can see there's this increase in the center of the Pacific that's ridging. And if you look down below at the community Earth system model, it's not capturing that. So the models, this is just a snapshot, and there's a lot more detail, which I don't want to get into, but the models are systematically failing to capture observed shifts in the Pacific Ocean atmosphere system.
Thank you. Before we move on, just real quick, if you could zoom out on this figure a little bit, when Deirdre mentioned a notch, it was on the far left side of the image. Yeah, when she mentioned a notch, it's about at 30 degrees. And Deirdre, if you could quickly explain the significance of that 30-degree mark.
California goes from about 32 to 40 degrees. So we're kind of on the edge of that notch. But if you look at the pattern of precipitation, you're seeing you see precipitation trends. You see a significant decrease in the south and less in the north, but there is a trend.
Thank you. And we're gonna be moving off of SC3 now. We're coming right back to it, but if you could quickly pull up SC31. and scroll to the figure labeled Stronger Greater Atmospheric Rivers in Water Year 2022. It's the fourth image, I believe. And then once we get there, Deirdre, if you could quickly explain what this image shows and how it demonstrates this trend.
So this is just really striking, but this is the location of all the landfalling atmospheric rivers on Western North America in water year 2022. And if you notice, they're in the north. We know that was a dry year, and you can see there's quite a few landfalling atmospheric rivers in Washington and Oregon, and a few in the very northern part of the state. But for the most part, all of the strong atmospheric rivers are hitting in Oregon and Washington. And this is an example of a trend. You can look at the Rio 1 catalog and see it.
Thank you. And based on your review of the recent research on this issue, is the model that you referenced, Climate Earth Systems Model 2, the only climate model running into this issue, or are the other ones running into it as well?
So there were two. So there's been a significant advance since the WaterFix hearing, where there's these large ensemble runs of climate models, and so you can run a climate model like 60 times. It takes a lot of supercomputer resources, but you can run the model 60 times and you can really see the full range of sea surface temperature patterns that it predicts. And what we found is that the observed pattern of warming in the Pacific just is not captured by these models. Were two big studies. One was led by Richard Seeger, who's a leading scientist in Southwest drought research, and another by Robert Jenglin Wills, who's a leading climate dynamics researcher. And they both found that the observed pattern is right on the edge of model projections, and it's a source of significant concern because it also affects Earth's climate sensitivity and the amount of warming that we could see for a doubling in carbon dioxide.
Thank you. And if we could return to SC3 and go to figure 4, which is on page 3. Then once we get there, Deirdre, if you could quickly explain what this image shows in terms of climate models' failure to predict observed trends in atmospheric conditions.
So there was a meeting of climate scientists from all over the world, convened by the World Meteorological Organization's Climate and Ocean Variability, Predictability, and Change Program. And this is from the report, and I found it one of the best illustrations of the observed warming and the modeled warming. And so on the left, you see observed trends. The flat part is ocean trends, and you can see the warming, and it's in per unit of global warming. So they're considering the overall observed global warming, and then looking at, where we're seeing additional warming, where are we seeing less warming. And we're seeing additional warming in the Western Pacific, less warming in the Eastern Pacific. And then if you look at the vertical, that's the atmosphere. And you can see we're having a lot more warming in the Western upper atmosphere. And on the right, you can see the models, and the models just don't capture this pattern of uneven warming in the Western Pacific ocean and atmosphere system. And these are trends since 1979, about the last 45 years.
And how does that relate to the climate models used by DWR for the DCP?
So DWR uses CMIP 5 models, couple model intercomparison project, and those are some of the models that just completely fail to capture these trends. It's a known unknown. And since we know that landfalling atmospheric rivers and precipitation is very strongly determined by these conditions in the Pacific Ocean, it means that there's a huge uncertainty about future climate trends. And particularly concerning given that we now know we saw the wettest period in the last 1,200 years, followed by the driest period.
If we could now scroll to figure 3, which is on page 2, until we get there, if you could explain what this data shows about the frequency of La Nina years.
So besides the illustration, I wanted to give some actual data. So this is the multivariate ENSO index, El Nino Southern Oscillation Index. And they combine a couple of variables, an index of sea surface temperatures, sea level pressure, surface winds, outgoing long range radiation, and to get this index. And it very clearly illustrates how the red peaks above zero are the El Nino periods, and the blue dips below the zero axis are the La Nina trends. And you can see how we went from frequent El Nino years from 79 to 99 to suddenly there's a big shift, and we've seen a greatly increased frequency of La Nina years. And this is that anomalous warming that we're seeing that's not captured by the climate models.
And based on your review of the research, what do scientists think is causing this trend?
So there's some experiments by Yenting Wang et al. And Clara Dessel at NCAR, and she looked at experiments where you suddenly turn off aerosol forcing, and that reproduced the pattern of sea surface temperatures, the pattern of warming that we've seen. And so it's really important research. It suggests that the reduction in aerosols and the increase in greenhouse gas emissions is having this effect. And her research indicates that the effect could continue for decades. So it's there's an indication that it's due to the changing balance of anthropogenic forcing. Greenhouse gases are warming, aerosols are cooling, and the reduction in aerosols could be causing this, more warming in the Western Pacific.
Thank you. And other than this issue of changes in sea surface temperature and the poleward shift of atmospheric rivers, are there other known unknowns that the climate models are failing to predict?
So there's another paper by Dong et al. And they found a poleward shift in atmospheric rivers, and there is research that shows that the poleward shift isn't just due to the sea surface temperature trends, because we know during El Nino years, the Pacific jet shifts north, La Nina years, Pacific jet shifts north, El Nino years it shifts south. But independent of that, there's a poleward shift in the North Pacific jet, which is what kind of drives these atmospheric rivers. And climate models, there's a paper by Patterson et al. That showed climate models struggle to capture the observed trends in the North Pacific jet. It is shifting poleward, and climate models aren't capturing it. So again, this is another major source, a major known unknown.
We could go to figure 6, so on page 5, and then we can explain what this figure shows once we get there.
So this illustrates what I was explaining. So this is in an El Nino period. We'll get an extended persistent Pacific jet stream, and it'll spin off a lot of atmospheric rivers. And so the discrepancy between the observed trends, the northward shift of the Pacific jet, suggest models are underestimating either the jet's response to anthropogenic forcing or its sensitivity to these kind of shifts in the Pacific ocean atmosphere system. And so again, this is just this is one of the major influences on California precipitation. When we get an extended Pacific jet, we can see a whole sequence of atmospheric rivers.
And so what does it mean for the DCP that the climate models aren't accounting for the changes you just discussed?
Well, the problem is DWR is completely failing to account for uncertainty in climate model projections in their estimates. Every single number they've calculated in this hearing is affected by these uncertainties, and they aren't providing any kind of range. They haven't done any meaningful sensitivity testing. They haven't looked at a scenario where these observed trends continue. So every number, for whether it's for water supply or for frequency of adverse effects, is subject to this uncertainty. And it's just not taken into account. And there's a growing line of evidence that the models are just the models that they've been using to get what they're presenting as exact numbers have some very real biases that may be significantly wetter. That the actual 21st century climate that we've seen is significantly drier, and there's a growing line of evidence that that trend is anthropogenically forced and could continue.
And what does it mean for California and for the Delta?
We need to actually plan for a hotter, drier climate future. This project is not doing that. They're not fundamentally failing to grapple with the possibility of a significantly drier future. And this is something that's been known for years. So some of the research that's tending to confirm these issues, but we've known that climate models fail to capture observed trends in the Pacific since 2022. I think it is very disingenuous to present this project as a climate adaptation project when it's not taking into account observed trends in climate.
And before we turn to the second topic today, I just want to briefly summarize what we just heard. Is it accurate to state that the leading cutting-edge climate research suggests that there's been a climate regime shift in the Pacific Ocean since about 1978?
That's what we're seeing. And that's what the models, the current generation of climate models fails to adequately capture. And there's a lot of model experiments. There's a growing line of evidence that recent shifts are anthropogenically forced, or a component of them is.
And based on your review of these studies and the data, this is the new normal? This change in atmospheric rivers?
Yeah, to the extent it's anthropogenically forced, it will be the new normal. And what I would like to add, that we do expect a poleward shift of the Pacific jet stream due to a poleward shift of the Hadley cell. There's this large scale atmospheric circulation where warm air rises from the Pacific and then it subsides at mid latitudes. And that's where we get the North Pacific jet. And that is expected to shift polewards.
And just to summarize and confirm before we move on, this means that there'll be less atmospheric rivers touching down in California in the coming years than there were in the last 100+ years, correct?
If it's anthropogenically forced, and there's a growing line of evidence that when you tweak climate models to capture the observed trends, then you see it, and there is strong evidence from climate model experiments that this is anthropogenically forced. So it's a huge risk.
Thank you. And these dynamics were not factored into the climate models used by DWR.
DWR completely failed to consider the uncertainty in the climate model representations of physical processes.
Thank you. We're going to be turning now to the second of today's topics, which is the history of the SWP and its implications on the current proposed project. So if you can, please pull up SC8 and go to page 4. But before we discuss what's on that page, Deirdre, I was hoping that you could summarize how you prepared for this testimony as it relates to this historical review of the SWP operations.
So this was another huge project I undertook. So I started wondering why there was such a mismatch between demands and available water supply. And as I started going through the historic bulletins, and I discovered, no, it wasn't just that, it wasn't just environmental regulations. It wasn't, there was an overpromising of water in the original state water project contracts where DWR promised about twice the water deliveries that they actually had the supply for. And they signed those contracts knowing this. And it's in the early bulletins. I testified in this in the water fix hearing. The history is unchanged. I also, looked at recent developments. So this definitely impacted Oroville Reservoir, and I made predictions that increased frequency of hot droughts could drain Oroville Reservoir to near dead pool, and we saw that in 2021 and 2022.
Thank you. And so what are we looking at here on page 4 of SC8?
So this is a quote. There was the Bancroft Library had oral history project, and they interviewed a lot of key figures in the early state water project history. And one of the key interviews was with Bill Warren, who was the director of the Department of Water Resources when the state water project contracts were signed. And I was just stunned when I ran across this, what Bill Warren said that you know, that they knew there were plans to augment flows of the Sacramento River from what they call North Coast streams, but were, you know, actually the Eel River, Mad, Van Dusen. And as Warren said, we're only in a position to guarantee, even with Orville Dam, about half the 4 million acre feet without additional works. So they signed the contracts knowing they didn't have the water supply for the contracts to reliably provide that water. And this was based on estimates from the mid-20th century, which are higher than our current estimates.
And just to clarify, Bill Warren was the director of DWR at the time, correct?
Yes.
And so how did DWR intend to make up for the difference in the amount of water it promised versus the amount of water it actually had upstream?
Well, they ended up focusing on building the Dos Rios Dam on the Eel River. There were plans. They were going to augment the flows on the Eel River by 900,000, use the flows on the Eel River and ship the water to the Sacramento River and augment the flows in the Sacramento River by 900,000 acre feet per year on average. And as we know, there were changing environmental priorities. That project was never built. And if you look, but DWR's contracts in 1968 were issued, or permits for the water board were issued, assuming that 900,000 acre feet a year augmentation. So that's why DWR has sort of fundamentally lacked the water supply for the permits that were issued. And it's something that we haven't grappled with.
Has DWR ever, or did the water needed to fulfill the SWP's contracts ever materialize?
No, it didn't. And I would add that Warren included the peripheral canal in the other works, but the peripheral canal wouldn't provide any new inflow to the delta. It would just siphon more water out of the delta and reducing delta outflow. So in some very real sense, DWR, the upstream supply never materialized. And because of that, DWR, to fulfill its contracts, became more dependent on taking every last drop of water out of the delta that's flowing in.
If we could go to page 7 of SC8. Once we get there, Deirdre, if you could explain what the impact of overallocation of the state water projects contracts has had on the operation of the Oroville Dam.
So I made this graph from data produced by State Water Project operator John Lehigh, and it's the actual Table A allocation. So you can see after the project was permitted in 1968, they started increasing the allocations and deliveries. And you can see as demand ramps up, and then around the Monterey Agreement years, they start demanding their full Table A allocations, but you can see how it starts making the allocations yo-yo as they go up and down, as reservoir, as storage in Oroville is impacted, because they're demanding that the full Table A allocations demand more than the system can supply, demand more than there's upstream supply for.
And how has climate change affected state water project operations?
Well, you can see the conflicts starting to develop in what we now know in retrospect was the wettest period. 1978 to 1999 was the wettest period in the last 1,200 years. Now we go into the driest period in the last 1,200 years, and it's really affected state water project deliveries. Their deliveries are down. In my testimony, I talk about Oroville being drawn to near dead full in 21-22. And I think it was 1.4, I have the exact number in my written testimony, but about 1.48 or so million acre feet a year from 2013 to 2021 to I think 2024 were the average deliveries. So this just DWR has fundamentally failed to grapple with the effects of a changed hydrology, and that we are in the middle of a major climate shift, and we don't know when or if we're going to shift out of this increased dry period.
We can now pull up SC1 and go to page 8. And here, Deirdre, you discuss how the 2018 changes to the Coordinated Operations Agreement affect the upstream supply for meeting the requirements of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And I was hoping you could explain that for us.
So in 2018, the Department of, so it was known that there wasn't enough water to meet the project demands of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And they signed the Coordinated Operations Agreement to share shortages, and also as an agreement of which project, how much water would be released from reservoirs to meet in-basin needs when there wasn't enough natural flow to meet them. So the Coordinated Operations Agreement changed that ratio, and it gave the State Water Project an increased obligation during dry and critically dry years. So that exacerbated this conflict with the State Water Project never had the water supply to meet its full contracts. And then they took on increased obligations for providing the water necessary to meet the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan requirements. Furthermore, in a third dry and critically dry year, the new agreement doesn't define the obligations of the projects. It says only that the projects will meet to determine their obligations. So in some sense, there is no plan now to operationalize the commitment to meet the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan requirements in a third dry or critically dry year. And as we've seen, because of climate change, we're more likely to see that.
Thank you. And given everything we've discussed today, including your review of recent climate science studies and your review of historic state water project operations, do you think DWR's proposed permit terms are adequate?
No, I don't think they're adequate. There's a fundamental assumption that decision 1641 is sufficient. And if you look at you can scroll down a little further in my testimony, but where I look at the capacity of the reservoirs, and Oroville is about 31% of the total storage in the major reservoirs north of Delta, plus Trinity. And if you scroll down further, you can see this table. A DWR is now taken on, going from having 25% of the obligation in all years. DWR now has 35% of the obligation in dry years and 40% of the obligation in critical years. And with the increased frequency of those years, DWR has not shown a plan to meet those requirements, and they've not shown a plan, particularly since a third dry or critically dry year. There isn't a specified agreement. So these permit terms are based on the fiction that this sharing ratio will continue. That's what the modeling assumes. There's no basis for that assumption.
And given everything we've discussed today, including your review of the recent climate science research and your review of the state water project history, do you think that this project will be effective as a climate change adaptation project?
I think there's a significant risk of over-projecting water supply. The modeling essentially assumes that the 21st century mega drought ends, and on average, you have a slight increase in flows in the Sacramento River. And that is looking increasingly unlikely. And also, so it fundamentally fails as a climate adaptation plan to the extent that they're promising water to water contractors. That is unlikely to materialize, and it's continuing a pattern that started from the first signing the state water project contracts. DWR has fundamentally failed to grapple with the reality that they signed contracts for more water than they had the upstream water supply for. And climate change has made it worse. And the permit terms are simply inadequate from that point of view. They do not adequately consider the drier conditions that we could be seeing, because DWR has fundamentally failed to even consider that what we've seen in the 21st century is what is the possibility that that pattern is just going to continue.
Well, thank you so much, Deirdre and Hearing Officer. I think that's it for our direct today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Thank you, Mr. Beck. It is a good time for us to break for lunch. I'm going to go ahead and give us 50 minutes. Let's return at 1:10 and we'll pick up with cross-examination of Ms. Desjardins. Thank you. See you at 1:10. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Wonderful, thank you. And with that, we had completed a summary of direct testimony from Ms. Desjardins. And I see we have Ms. Desjardins, we have Mr. Beck, and I also see Ms. Carroll. So I will look to you, Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Ms. Desjardins?
Good afternoon, Ann Carroll for DWR. Yes, I do have some questions for Ms. Desjardins.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Desjardins. How are you? Oh, you're on mute.
Unmute, unmuted now.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, in this proceeding today, you're providing testimony for Sierra Club. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sierra Club, not just Sierra Club, but Sierra Club, Friends of the River, Center for Biological Diversity. There's a number of coordinated groups. So that, the attorney knows more about it.
Okay. So I have Sierra Club, Friends of the River, and Center for Biological Diversity, but there are others also?
There's a coordinated group of Protestants with, I didn't, let's see.
Ms. Desjardins, to make it easy on you, if I look at the protest, would that include all of the parties?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then you are providing separate testimony on your own behalf on another day of this hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As an individual.
Okay, so for the purposes of my questions today, I'm just going to focus on, for shorthand, I'll just say the Sierra Club testimony marked as SC1. However, I just want to check, is it correct that your qualifications for both today's testimony and your testimony as an individual are the same and contained in what is marked as SC-7?
I provided updated information for in my testimony for first for this. So if you look in my written testimony, there's more information since the water fix hearing, and likewise for the individual testimony. It's not just Exhibit SC7.
Yes, okay, thank you. But is it correct that your qualifications that you provided are the same for both testimonies that you're going to be giving? Like your background on your employment and your education?
Up to the water fix hearing, there is more recent background that is distinct for both testimonies that is relevant to the different testimonies.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And then are you a member of the Sierra Club?
Yes.
Are you a member of Friends of the River?
I have been part of Friends of the River's flood study group, and I've also attended other meetings convened by Friends of the River over the years.
Okay, and then also, what is your role with Center for Biological Diversity? Are you a member?
I have worked with Center for Biological attorneys off and on through the years. My work on climate change is relevant to their work on conservation of species.
If I may, objection on relevance, I don't see how whether or not Ms. Desjardins is a member of the Sierra Club is relevant to her testimony here as a witness.
Overrule.
Also,
I'll find out that's relevant. Go ahead, Mr. Beck. Was there more? I didn't know if there were more objections.
there was not. I was going to add that the other groups were Planning Conservation League, Save California Salmon, and North Coast Rivers Alliance.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And Ms. Carroll, I believe those, you may have already seen this, but I also noticed those additional entities printed at the top of Ms. Desjardins' testimony that is at issue today.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then, are you being compensated by any of those parties for your testimony today?
I'm providing the testimony pro bono, as I often do with environmental and fishing groups, because they have limited funds, and there's a huge number of cases right now, and some really critical decisions. And I want them to be able to use their resources as effectively as possible to further their mission of protecting the public trust.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And Ms. Mullen, if you could do me a favor, please, and pull up SC-7 and go to page 2. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mullen. So, Ms. Desjardins, looking at your entry that says undergraduate researcher for the period of 1989 to 1990, this was part of your undergraduate work, is that correct?
Actually, I need to correct this. The position was actually a graduate research. This was the chaos theory and nonlinear dynamics research group. I was an undergraduate. It was a group of mostly graduates, but yes, that was my first year. I was taking a graduate level seminar in nonlinear dynamics and chaos theory led by Gottfried Meyer-Kress, a German researcher. And I worked with the group.
Okay, and that position, you studied the growth of Nautilus seashell patterns, is that correct?
I didn't just implement the model of the growth of Nautilus seashell patterns. In the graduate research seminar, we studied nonlinear dynamics and chaos theory and things like hot bifurcation and period doubling, and some of, basins of attraction, regime shifts, and a lot of the mathematical framework. So it wasn't just implementing reaction diffusions. That was the one of the coding projects I implemented. Another one was a visualization of the Lorentz attractor in chaos theory.
Thank you. And then I want to look at the position above that on page 2 from the period of 1990 to 1991. It states that you are a research programmer. Is that correct?
I primarily did programming with the group, but it was actually a graduate position, and I was expected to, and I expected not only to analyze it, but also to have my own research. So I did research, and I also did a lot of coding and work on this large code that was very complex and implemented it basically fit attractors, a model, local linear model. So it fit a nonlinear dynamical model to a time series using a phase space reconstruction. So there was quite a bit of advanced mathematics and nonlinear dynamics in the work that we were doing.
Okay, thank you. And how many months during that 1-year time period were you in that position?
The entire year.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 1, Ms. Mullen, please. Looking at the position from 1992 to 1994, it states that you are a graduate student researcher. Is that correct?
Yes, that was, apologies, that was at NASA Ames Research Center. And so I had a 6-year fellowship through NASA Ames, and this was just summers. It was in addition to my regular work during the year where I was continuing to work on nonlinear dynamics and chaos theory and complex systems theory. But during those 2 summers, I went and looked at vortex shedding on in dragonfly flight, and there's actually a kind of nonlinear effects. So I looked at NASA developed simulation of airflow, and that was a large modeling code.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, I'm sorry, but it was actually the position below that from 1992 to 1994, where it says graduate student researcher, bioinformatics research group. Do you see that line at the bottom of the page?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
and you, oh, go ahead.
So in that particular group, that was some work I did with David Hausler's group. Again, I worked on a code representing protein sequences, and we looked at machine learning methods for finding structure in protein sequences. And as part of that work, we produced a hidden Markov model of protein sequences. So that was some of the work I did with David Hausler's group. David later assembled the human genome sequence. So it was one of the leading groups in the world in bioinformatics. And I did do some work with them, helping develop this code.
Great. Okay, and then I want to look at the first position under scientific research and modeling from 1994 to 1997. Again, does this say that you held a research associate position?
Research Associate, Santa Fe Institute for Complex Systems and Computational Mechanics research groups. So this was through Jim Crutchfield's group. Crutchfield was doing pioneering research on measures of complexity and in dynamical systems. And I worked with them for a number of years. So there was, it was when I really got into the dissertation phase of my research and developed a measure, topological invariant measure of complexity in dynamical systems. So one of this, I'd said it involved synthesizing theory from statistical physics on phase transitions and critical phenomenon. So there was a lot of work there thinking about complex systems and properties of complex systems, and particularly emergent behavior of complex systems, and the phase transition work related to that.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And these positions that we've just spoken about, were these all part of your graduate studies program?
Yes, they were.
And were these positions paid?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, NASA Ames was part of my fellowship. The research associate, Crutchfield provided funding for me to go to Santa Fe Institute and just to stay there. And I also had my fellowship money.
Thank you. Did you receive your PhD, Ms. Desjardins?
No, I didn't. Peter Scott, who was the physicist, I had an interdisciplinary doctoral committee, and Peter Scott retired, and I hoofed it all over trying to find somebody who understood the emerging field of complex systems theory to replace him. And it was, I couldn't find someone, and I needed to take a break from my graduate work, for personal reasons, I had reported someone who was posting Columbine-style gun threats on the campus electronic bulletin board, and he'd started threatening me. So I took a break. He was arrested by the FBI, and they seized 75 World War II and assault rifles and 40,000 rounds of ammunition. And he was put in prison for a couple of years, but it did put a kink in my career trajectory.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I'm sorry for that. Looking at your CV, going a little bit further up, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. I noticed that there's a gap in your credentials from 1997 to 2010. What were you doing during this time?
So I took my brother's kids in for a while, and so I was kind of a soccer mom. They were two teenagers, and then I started doing in 2005. I got involved in. I had spoken out at. I had given my name to the National Center for Victims of Crime and been interviewed on national television about my experience with death threats on the internet. And I gained some experience with that. And I started organizing locally people for better handling of violence against women. And that grew into sort of more community organizing work. So I did a lot of community organizing work until around 2009, but I wanted to get involved more in policy and start using my scientific background again. And in 2009, I started getting involved in California water. And it was when the Delta Reform Act, and that's when I started using my scientific background and saying, like, these are the climate shifts we're seeing and they're real. And so I got involved in California water. It was through my network of contacts at the Sierra Club. And I started advising and helping with writing comment letters and doing research. And if you've done research with the top research groups in the world in several different fields, it doesn't take that much to come up to date in a new field in physics. And I do have the physical science background. But the climate is a nonlinear system. It's a dynamical system. And that background is actually in the machine learning is also very helpful. So I already had a very, significant, deep technical background in a lot of the relevant concepts. And it's been very helpful over the years.
So, but is it fair to say that before 2009, your education and experience did not include hydrology or water policy?
No, I hadn't looked specifically at hydrology. We looked a little bit at Hurst-Kolmogorov statistics. For hydrology, so there's a kind of scaling of hydrologic flows, and that's one of the applications. But that had been mostly the extent of it.
And Ms. Desjardins, forgive me if I say it incorrectly, but when did you use those Hurst-Kolmogorov statistics?
We looked at the Hurst-Kolmogorov statistics when I was at, it was when I was at Los Alamos, and we were looking at time series, and they're found in Nile flood flows. And it's actually a really interesting application. So the Center for Nonlinear Studies, when I was there, was like the center for research on nonlinear dynamics and chaos theory in the world, and researchers came from all over regularly for meetings. So that was one of the things we looked at. It was chaos theory at that point was a new theory, and we were looking for applications of the theory.
Thank you. And then are you the founder of California Water Research?
Yes.
How many employees work for California Water Research?
It's varied. I've had up to 2. Right now, it's just me.
And then are you compensated by California Water Research?
I mostly do pro bono work. I do sometimes get some paid work, but mostly it's been an effort to help environmental fishing and delta groups that, particularly tribal groups that really don't have the funding. And we have tried to work on getting more funding for NGOs to do this kind of work, because it is critically important and to participate.
And when you do have employees for California Water Research, what are their roles?
I have employees. I also have people who come in and donate time. So Tom Williams was an engineer who had done work all over the world on underground tunnel and pipeline construction, and had done worked on the master plan for the city of Riyadh. And he gave we worked together pretty closely, and he gave a great deal of testimony and as well as expert comments on tunneling issues and the water fix hearing. So he was an example of an expert. I've also had people who just helped with like sort of social media outreach, and sort of more administrative tasks.
And then you said most of your work is pro bono, but when you do receive funding, who funds California Water Research?
It's generally been environmental groups. It's generally been somebody associated with environmental groups.
And then let's see. Are they in their individual capacity and they're associated, or is it an actual group?
More, I think it's and there's usually, so in it's usually through a personal connection, but they can be a staff person, or core organizer of individual groups.
Okay, could you give me an example of such a group?
Friends of Trinity River helped get California Water Research started. Byron Leidecker was leading person, and he said he recognized the importance of what I was doing.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could please go to page 2 of Ms. Desjardins' CV and SC-7. Thank you. If you could scroll down to where it says selected work. So Ms. Desjardins, you've listed numerous items here that go through page 5. Have these writings been peer reviewed?
So if you mean, have they gone through academic peer review? No, they haven't. The organization, they rely on synthesis of peer-reviewed literature. And so I always, essentially what I do to do a comment letter like this is to go through and review all of the relevant literature, white papers, peer-reviewed academic research, etc., data that I can get my hands on, and I try to put together a picture, and that goes together in to the comments, and I work with the groups to kind of fit what I'm finding from my synthesis to their comments. So it isn't academically a peer-reviewed synthesis, but it's a synthesis based on peer-reviewed literature. There is some that's just like the 2010 pelagic organism decline report wasn't peer-reviewed, but it was a synthesis, or the Delta, the Delta Independent Science Board publications were syntheses by panels of scientists that are brought together. So there's a lot of that kind of work in the Delta, and also in climate science.
Okay, and does that synthesis only apply to the comment letters, or does it also apply to the blog posts that are listed?
I'd have to go look at the exact blog posts, but generally by the time I'm writing a blog post, I've done a fair amount of research on the relevant literature, because I really focus on pulling together all of the relevant scientific and technical information on a topic and trying to get it before the agencies in in kind of a clear, concise manner. So the blog posts are part of my attempt to do that, to also communicate it to the public that, like, there's actionable science that we need to take into account.
And then, Ms. Mullen, if you go to page 5, I believe. You could scroll down where it says peer-reviewed journal articles, please. Thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, please let me know if this needs to be zoomed in. I know it's small on some screens. There's an article here listed under peer-reviewed journal articles. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was the topic of this article?
So this was nonlinear modeling of chaotic time series, and it described the work that Doan Farmer's group was doing with applying chaos theory and nonlinear dynamics to modeling time series. So we would try to do a phase-space reconstruction from time series. And so we were literally taking actual time series and trying to reconstruct the dynamics of that time series. And what we found was that there would be nonlinear structure in time series that linear tests couldn't find. And this is actually a key insight that I've carried forward to looking at things like precipitation data and nonlinear shifts and precipitation data in California, is there's nonlinear structure that conventional linear tests won't find. An example is the Mann-Kendall test, and it looks for monotonic trends. And in nonlinear systems, you can see these shifts back and forth, and phase-space reconstructions will capture that. So it's actually a really core framework, and this was actually one of the pioneering research groups in the world at the time. And I was really glad to be part of it.
And then Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll a little farther up the page to where it says invited articles. Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, do you see the 2 articles listed under that heading?
Yeah.
And are both of these articles from 2013?
Yeah, so this was the Sierra Club. And I'm really proud of Will the Cadillac Desert Become the Cadillac Oven, because actually we've seen a nonlinear increase in temperature in California. And we've
Ms.
seen a
Desjardins.
kind of increase of heat waves. So
Ms. Desjardins, I'm just going to keep you focused because this is DWR's time, and I think Ms. Carroll maybe has a follow-up.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Desjardins, but I do have a few more questions, and I don't want to keep us here for too long. We've discussed many writings from pages 2 to 5 on your SC-7. Have any of these writings been published in a recognized scientific journal?
I haven't tried to get the syntheses I've done published in scientific journals. I have provided them to like National Academy of Sciences or various groups, and they have been referenced in the work on the National Academy of Sciences synthesis of in 2012 referenced some of the information I provided. But yeah, mostly I really would like to see more funding so that we could publish some of these syntheses, but it's an extra step of work that my clients have had. Just if you look at the struggle to try and keep fish populations during a decade of hotter droughts, it's just been it's been one colleague compared it to the Alamo.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up for me SC-1 on page 1 and the bottom of the page to the footnote, please? Thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, in your testimony, is it correct that you reference your testimony that you gave in the California Water Fix hearing?
Yes, it is.
And then are you aware that the California Water Fix project is a different project than the Delta Conveyance project?
My testimony was on the history of the state water project, which has not changed.
Okay.
I do explain in my testimony how the project has changed and that there's 2 intakes instead of 3, but the history of the state water project has not changed.
Okay. And are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project has different operational requirements than the California Water Fix project?
Yes, and that doesn't affect the overall history of the projects or the issues with the coordinated operations agreement that I testified to.
And then
or the issues with operations of Oroville Reservoir. The operations with Oroville Reservoir and the project are proposed to not change as part of the permit terms.
So is the purpose of your testimony to describe the history of the state water project and its operations?
The purpose of the testimony, if you look at it, is to look at the history of over-allocation of water in the state water project contracts and how that has affected state water project operations and conflicts with beneficial needs in the areas of origin.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project has a different incidental take permit with different conditions of approval than the California Water Fix project?
The fundamental issue, if you look at the history of projects, what is enduring are the actual conditions in the permit. The operations can change. Incidental take permit is proposed. Initial conditions for operation. But if you look at the history of, I'm not testifying about the specific Endangered Species Act regulations, which have changed over the years and will continue to change. I'm looking at the conditions of issuance of permits and the assumptions made in the water board in issuing those permits. That's relevant to the appropriate delta flow criteria that are proposed to be considered for this project. And those flow criteria will, if history is correct, will be more enduring than the incidental take permit.
Okay, and Ms. Mullen, if you could go to page 3, please, lines 14 and 15. Ms. Desjardins, do you see that in your testimony that you've said that the Delta Conveyance project has been redesigned as a 40 feet diameter tunnel?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the tunnel inside diameter is 36 feet?
I was that that level of granularity, I was looking at the overall diameter of the tunnel segments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, looking at this page and maybe scrolling up just slightly, Ms. Mullen, on to lines 6 and 7. Thank you. Is it true that you cite to your California water fix testimony and include it by reference here for this testimony?
Yes, I cite to my testimony in the water fix proceeding. And that is regarding the historical and ongoing water supply challenges for the state water project.
Okay, thank you. And then throughout your testimony, is it fair to say that your citations are to reports or syntheses of research that you've conducted?
My testimony is to the to a significant amount of peer-reviewed research and historic bulletins. And I did pull together, I considered combing through the research literature, like getting a box of puzzle pieces, and I did assemble the puzzle pieces. And I think there's actually a fairly compelling picture about landfalling atmospheric rivers.
In your testimony, do you offer any opinions based on your own independent analysis and not on others?
As I said, this synthesis research is grounded in pulling together a picture of what the best available science is. So for the atmospheric river research, I looked at what is the best available science on these known unknowns. What's the best available science on the Southwest mega drought, climate shifts? So it's a lens. So it's not just relying on that, it's also experience of a decade of essentially providing advice on climate adaptation in California, which starting in 2012 was correct. So this is the Atmospheric River Report is an advice on climate adaptation. It's an opinion on climate adaptation and current research. And I think it's consistent with the best of it, also the practice in climate science as testified to by land's witness, is to take into account uncertainty.
And then in preparing your testimony, did you conduct any modeling and produce any modeling files?
I didn't conduct modeling, but I did do a really thorough analysis of NOAA Climate Division data, and looking at pulling the data, looking at nonlinear trends, and comparing that with the published literature and on precipitation shifts, climate shifts, etc.
Okay. And have you reviewed Mr. Singh's testimony in this matter?
Yes. I'm not sure I'd say I'm completely familiar with every detail, but I've looked at some of it.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could please go to page 12 for me, paragraph 38. Okay, and we're looking here, thank you for including the whole paragraph, Ms. Mullen. We're looking here at the third bullet where you say greater reliance on aggressive Oroville operations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that with the Delta Conveyance project, Lake Oroville storage is greater as compared to the updated baseline existing conditions?
That's under the assumption that Sacramento River flows increased by an average of 3.7%, you know. So the issue with Oroville reservoir storage is that the conflict during dry and critically dry years, which I explained in my testimony, and the modeling that DWR conducted doesn't have the kind of stress test that would show that this is incorrect, because you essentially look at a period that includes a large chunk of the 20th century, and the 20th century hydrology, we've seen a fundamental shift. So you have to understand how reservoir operations work and how the pattern of demands work and the pattern of successive demands in successive dry and critically dry years, and how reservoirs get drawn down. We saw that in 21 to 22.
And apologies.
Yeah,
go ahead.
To the extent, what I'm really concerned about is to the extent that there's a single number provided for projected water supply, and agencies like Metropolitan Water District are putting that into their regional water supply plan, that it creates a demand that DWR is going to try to meet when we don't have the hydrologic conditions necessarily to reproduce that number, and it could be significantly lower.
Okay, let's see now. We're trying to make sure I give you the right reference, Ms. Desjardins. Apologies. I'm going to move on to DWR-01101R. Ms. Desjardins, have you reviewed the proposed permit conditions that DWR has submitted?
Could you bring that exhibit up, please?
Ms. Mullen, it was DWR-01101R. I know it might be taking, thank you.
Yeah.
Go to permit condition number 2, please. Are you familiar with this permit term, Ms. Desjardins?
the no case shall South Delta combined exports decrease below 3,000 CFS. That one?
Yeah, the one that says South Delta preference, DCP operation.
Yeah, I'm also evaluating that in the context of institutional behavior and the Department of Water Resources going to the State Water Resources Control Board every time there's a drought and saying, we don't have the water supply to meet D1641 requirements. So, and it is a reaction to drought. So I don't think it's a good idea given the issue is the long-term planning by DWR and the discrepancy with the dry and critically dry conditions that we might see more frequently. And so it's not, so this South Delta preference has been in the modeling, it's in the permit term, but I also if past behavior is any prediction, if the project comes online the first time there's a drawdown of Oradell Reservoir and a dry or critically dry year, they're going to be before the water board asking for a waiver from this condition. It's just, there's a pattern of institutional behavior here that's strongly related to the shortage of upstream water supply to meet DWR's permits.
Is it fair to say that your concerns are based on existing Oroville operations?
It's based on risk and risk taken with carryover storage. There's a trade-off in any given year between how much water you export south for Metropolitan Water District to put in Diamond Valley Reservoir and how much you leave in upstream reservoirs to hedge against the risk of a dry or critically dry year. And for Metropolitan Water District, it's been studied, and the optimum algorithm is a greedy algorithm. The optimum algorithm for them is to just take as much water as you can in every given year and not worry about it because they've built enough regional storage. But it's catastrophic for in-basin needs, as we saw in 21 and 22, to operate that way.
But the issue,
So my concern is that kind of adaptation and reduction of risk hasn't happened.
okay, but the issue you raise is regarding risk is to the current Oroville operations.
It's regarding the overall pattern of in the calcium model, and I did look at it closely. The pattern of demands for Oroville is pretty consistent throughout the calcium modeling, and I think it's really important to look at the actual demands and the actual how project operators are actually going to operate the project. And to the extent there aren't hard targets, there will be pressure to take risks with carryover storage.
Ms. Mullen, can I please ask you to go back to SC-1? And can we go to page 3? Line Line 13, please, paragraph 7. I almost did that backwards. Apologies. And Ms. Desjardins, do you see where you state that aggressive Oroville operations cause increases in reverse flow? Is that correct?
So that could have been phrased better. So I talk both about aggressive reservoir operations at Oroville, and I talked separately at the issue of reverse flows in the Delta when there's higher pumping, increased pumping during times of reduced inflow to the Delta. So that's actually two separate parts of my 2018 testimony. They're linked to the extent that when there's a TUCP and there's reduced inflow to the Delta, but the water projects petition for a temporary urgency change petition and keep pumping in spite of the reduced inflow, it does cause increased reverse flows in the Delta.
And did I hear you correctly that this is from your water fix testimony?
It was a summary of the pattern, the increased pumping during times of low Delta inflow is actually an effect of not augmenting the flows on the Sacramento River by the promised 900,000 acre feet a year. So it's more related to the overall, I mean, we can look instantaneously at any particular operational modeling, but the effect of the reverse flows is that the projects are essentially, the pumps are sucking more water out of the Delta than is naturally flowing into it, and the mouth of the San Joaquin River is becoming a point of diversion for the projects. That's what my testimony argued. That's what my testimony showed, and it was the relationship to the failure to augment the flows as promised.
Okay, and then on page 4 of this document, you mentioned the 2019 draft EIR for the long-term operation of the State Water Project. Would you agree that that analysis does not address the Delta Conveyance Project?
That was the most detailed analysis of the Coordinated Operations Agreement that the Department of Water Resources did. And we noted the deficiencies. The Delta Conveyance Project environmental documents barely addressed the changes to the Coordinated Operations Agreement. So this is where there's sort of the shell game. So it's like, well, we're not going to address the changes to the Coordinated Operations Agreement because we addressed that in the LTO analysis. And it's like, no, you didn't actually address it in the long-term operations analysis either. So this is a huge gap, and that's what I was highlighting.
And Ms. Desjardins, you mentioned a we. Who is the we that did this analysis?
Analysis of what?
Of what we just discussed. You were talking about how you address the long-term operations EIR. You mentioned a we in your statement of we did.
I look at this, actually that was we Californians, and to the extent that the Department of Water Resources provides these analyses and publishes them for groups like the Sierra Club, and Center for Biological Diversity and Friends of the River and Delta groups. We're all looking at these documents as Californians who have an interest in preserving fish and wildlife.
Okay, and then Ms. Mull, if we could go to page 10, please. Thank you. And if we could scroll down close to lines 23 and 24. Ms. Desjardins, would you agree that the voluntary agreements or the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is not part of the Delta Conveyance project?
You're the one who included them in the assumptions for your modeling, which I didn't understand because they only go for 8 years.
So, but by including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes in the project and no project alternatives, as you just mentioned, do you agree that that would then isolate the Delta Conveyance project impacts?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So you mentioned that DWR included the VAs, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, in our modeling, and we did this for the project and no project alternatives. So by doing this, wouldn't that isolate the Delta Conveyance project impacts?
No, and that's not how the modeling works. I see DWR make these speculative modeling assumptions, assuming that they're orthogonal, and that's something that has to be proven, not assumed.
And then, do you believe that the Delta Conveyance project operations can expand the state water project operations beyond the permitted state water project amounts?
There is an issue that potentially the North Delta diversions, so DWR is proposing to add a North Delta diversion point as well as a South Delta diversion point, and potentially when both are operating simultaneously, one could divert more than one could with either one by themselves. So it's a fundamental question about, is this a change in point of diversion or an addition of an additional point of diversion? And yes, potentially with an additional point of diversion, one could divert more than one otherwise might be able to divert.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could please go to page 12. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We can actually go to page 13. Okay, and then if we are looking at the reference to SC-24, if you scroll down just a bit, I think it's the one at the bottom there. Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, is this a blog post that you wrote about comments submitted on a TUCP process in 2021?
Yeah, they were comments about the Department of Water Resources errors in runoff forecasting, and it was a request that the Department of Water, that the Water Board require a report on the errors. And yes, it is a blog post, and it references those requests.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to try to do this in one fell swoop, but let me know if you need to go through them individually. But our SC-25 through 29, and I think if you scroll down, Ms. Mullen, we can see all of those. Are those also blog posts from your website for California Water Research?
Each of them is a blog post, and each of them references specific documents on DWR's, like on DWR's water supply models and drought risks, increasing state water project allocations. DWR is taking huge risks. I included the entire sequence because it shows how I raised the issue of the risk-taking, the errors in runoff forecasting, and that later resulted in Assemblymember Adam Green referenced this in calling for the state water project, the state auditor's office to audit DWR's runoff forecasting and water management. So it's a contemporaneous account, publicly published.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I really appreciate your time this afternoon. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. I will look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have questions for Ms. Desjardins?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will look to the room. Is there anyone else who has questions for Ms. Desjardins? And the hearing team does not have questions, so I will look back to you, Mr. Beck. Do you have redirect for Ms. Desjardins?
I think a small amount, but could we have 5 or 10 minutes to briefly huddle about
Certainly.
that?
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Well, we'll call it 6 and we'll return at 2:18. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent, thank you. And with that, I will look to you, Mr. Beck. Do you have, well, let me make sure that Ms. Carroll is here before we jump in. Ms. Carroll, are you here? You are here. Great.
Thank
Thank you. With that, Mr. Beck, do you have some follow-up questions for Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah, just briefly.
Sure.
So, just following up on some of the stuff about your qualifications. So your testimony, at least about climate change, to confirm, was based on peer-reviewed studies from the leading climate scientists in this country and around the world, primarily. Correct?
Yeah, and I wanted to add that, you know, the climate dynamics research is not typically done by people or organizations practicing regional climate adaptation. It's done at the major centers that develop climate models. So it's at National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder. It's at the Global Fluid Dynamics Lab at NASA, you know, Goddard Institute of Space Studies. So, that's why it's federally funded. So the two atmospheric river studies came out of these kind of affiliations with with the Center for Atmospheric Research and the Global Fluid Dynamics Lab.
And the trends that you flagged in today's testimony, the changes in sea surface temperature, the North Pacific jet, the poleward shift in landfalling atmospheric rivers, those are assertions that are made in the papers that you reviewed and you're communicating that and explaining them and connecting the dots for us here. But those are from the papers that you reviewed, correct?
Yeah, and there's a very substantial body of research showing this pattern effect of more warming in the Western Pacific and less in the Eastern Pacific. You can see it on reanalysis data. You can, if you go look at the climate data for a particular period of time, which I've looked at.
And the fact that these observed trends that you talked about aren't picked up in the leading climate models and the ones that were relied on by DWR, that's from these papers as well, correct?
Yeah, so these climate model experts went in and looked closely at why, you know, the large ensemble runs were really a major advance. It really is kind of an error not to take into account the new information from the large ensemble models. Richard Seeger is leading some of the research in the Southwest and the effects on the Colorado River. And California really needs to catch up with the Southwest researchers on taking this into account.
Just for my own edification and hearing officers, and I know you said this briefly during the regs exam, but a large ensemble model, correct me if I'm wrong, is when you run a climate model over and over again with slightly different conditions to get the overall picture of what it could predict. Correct?
Yeah, and that's just a major advance. It took enormous amounts of supercomputing cycles to produce those runs, and it's produced a fundamental shift in how we understand the drought in Southwest North America and California.
Thank you. I think that's it for us.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Ms. Carroll, do you have any follow-up based on that?
I don't have any follow-up, but I just have a clarification question for Mr. Beck. Are you offering Ms. Desjardins as an expert regarding climate change patterns?
That I'm not aware. I mean, that I'm not aware of. She did synthesis research on this issue, so she reviewed all of the studies. I've never presented her, and I don't think the Sierra Club et al. Group presented her as someone who had been doing this research firsthand. So I don't really know how to answer that question, but I can, ask and get back to you if you'd like.
I haven't been doing primary research. It requires an affiliation with one of the national centers to do primary research on this.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you, Ms. Carroll and Mr. Beck, and most of all, thank you, Ms. Desjardins, for your attention and your testimony and your time today. And with that, I know we will see you again in different capacities, but you are excused for today. I believe we have completed our scheduled witnesses for today. We are scheduled to meet again in a week, if I recall correctly. Is there anything that we need to address today before we break until next Monday? I believe on Monday we will be picking up with the City of Stockton's witnesses. So with that, I will see you then, and we are adjourned.